was passed through. But it's a shame and it is a disgrace because the reason is they had people who were much dignity and classified and kept the law. Their body wasn't passed through there when they passed away and died. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. All right, I see the board is clear. Just for clarification for council members and for the public, a green vote is to override the veto. A nay vote, a red vote is to sustain the veto. I will move for the override. Can I get a second? Second by Council Vice President Moreno. Please vote your machines. Is 5 yeas and 2 nays. The veto is overridden. Thank you. Now we will go into executive session.
We have to vote, council member, to go into executive session.
I've made the motion to vote. No, I've made a motion. Can I get a second?
Sorry, already voted. Sorry, my machine is not. Thank you. All right. So motion and second, please vote your machine. 7 yeas, no nays. We have moved to executive session. Oh, yeah.
We're about to read. Council members, I need the council members to come back to the chambers so we can reestablish our quorum, please. Okay. Roll call. Councilmember Thomas is in the audience. Councilmember Green. Councilmember Morrell. Councilmember Moreno.
Present.
Councilmember King. Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Jeruso. We have 5 members. We have a quorum.
Do we need to make a motion to reconvene? All right, I'll make a motion to reconvene. Seconded by Councilmember DeRusso. All in favor? Aye. All right, 5 yeas, no nays, and we'll reconvene, Madam Clerk.
Okay, so where am I going?
What'd you say? We gotta wait for JP on that one. So looks like we're gonna do workforce. Councilmember DeRusso is getting. Okay, never mind. Let's go to the fee waivers then.
Okay, we're starting on page 44. We have ordinance calendar number 34,306 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to temporarily waive certain fees, permit fees, and requirements within and around Devar Park located at 1500 Test Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, in conjunction with the Fatherhood Roundtable event on Saturday, July 15th, 2023, from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. to specify the duration and boundaries of said waiver and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And before you vote on this, I was asked to read the fee waivers, and we'll have comments after all of them are done. We're not gonna have comments on each one. And so, Councilmember King? Okay, I'll read them all, and then we'll vote on them each individually. The second fee waiver is on page 49 by Councilmember King, 34,331. An ordinance to temporarily waive certain fees, permit fees, and requirements within and around Devore Park located at 1500 Test Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, in conjunction with the second annual LB Landry Alumni Cookout event on Saturday, July 29, 2023, from 7:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. to specify the duration and boundaries of said waiver and to provide otherwise with respect thereto. The next fee waiver is on page 50 by Councilmember Thomas. An ordinance calendar number 34,337 by Councilmember Thomas. An ordinance to temporarily waive certain fees, permit fees, and requirements within and around the Joe Brown Park located at 5601 Reed Boulevard, New Orleans, Louisiana, in conjunction with the Back to School Resource Fair event on Saturday, July 22nd, 2023, from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. to specify the duration and boundaries of said waiver and to provide otherwise with respect thereto.
The Back to School Resource Fair, sponsored by Children's Hospital Move Adoption.
She's reading.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
she's reading
Oh,
through all of
all
them, and then we'll vote for all of them individually.
On page 51, ordinance calendar number 34,338 by Councilmember Thomas, an ordinance to temporarily waive certain fees, permit fees, and requirements within and around the Pete Sanchez Gymnasium located at 1616 Fats Domino Avenue, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70126, in conjunction with the Alfred Lawless Alumni Association All-Class Reunion Dance event on Saturday, July 15th, 2023, from 8 p.m. to 12 a.m. to specify the duration and boundaries of said waiver and to provide otherwise with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,339 by Councilmember Thomas. An ordinance to temporarily waive certain fees, permit fees, and requirements within and around the Oliver Bush Playground located at 2500 Fats Domino Avenue, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70126, in conjunction with the Alfred Lawless Alumni Association All-Class Reunion Picnic event on Saturday, June 24th, 2023, from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. to specify the duration and boundaries of said waiver and to provide otherwise with respect thereto. On page 52, we have all three of them. Ordinance calendar number 34,340 by Councilmember Thomas. An ordinance to temporarily waive waive fees, permit fees, and requirements within and around the Pete Sanchez Gymnasium located at 1616 Fats Domino's Avenue, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70126, in conjunction with the Althea Haywood Funeral Repast event on Saturday, July 15th, 2023, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. to specify the duration and boundaries of said waiver and to provide otherwise with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,341 by Councilmember Green. An ordinance to temporarily waive certain fees, permit fees, and requirements within and around Sampson Playground located at 3211 Treasure Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70114, in conjunction with Cosnia Baptist Church on July 29th, 2023 at 1 p.m. through 8:30 p.m. July the 30th, 2023 at 3 p.m. through 7 p.m. to specify the duration and boundaries of said waiver and to provide otherwise with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,345 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to waive certain fees, permit fees, and requirements within and around Washington Square Park located at 700 Elysia Fields Avenue in conjunction with the Silence the Violence Youth Talent Show and Festival event on Saturday, September the 9th, 2023, from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. to specify the duration and boundaries of said waiver and to provide otherwise with respect thereto. On top of page 53, we have ordinance calendar number 34,346 by Councilmember Jeruso, an ordinance to waive certain fees, permit fees, and requirements within and around First Grace United Methodist Church located at 3401 Canal Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, in conjunction with the NOLA Keys second annual and third annual Stop the Violence Youth Bike Ride and School Supply Giveaway event on Saturday, August 6th, 2023, and Saturday, August 5th, 2023 at 4 p.m. respectively, to specify the duration and boundaries of said waiver, to ratify, confirm the waiver of such fees, requirements, duration, and boundaries regarding said waiver, and to provide otherwise with respect thereto. And on page 56, we have ordinance calendar number 34,356 by Councilmember Thomas. An ordinance to temporarily waive certain fees, permit fees, and requirements within and around the Oliver W. Bush Playground, 2500 Fats Domino Avenue, 70117, New Orleans, Louisiana, in conjunction with the Lower Nine Festival event on Saturday, August 26th, 2023, from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. to specify the duration and boundaries of said waiver and to provide otherwise with respect thereto. On top of page 57, we have ordinance calendar number 34,357 by Councilmember Thomas. An ordinance to temporarily waive certain fees, permit fees, and requirements within and around the Joe Brown Park located at 5601 Reed Boulevard, New Orleans, Louisiana, in conjunction with the Friends of Joe W. Brown Park NOLA East Festival event on Saturday, September 16th, 2023, from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. to specify the duration and boundaries of said waiver and to provide otherwise with respect thereto. And ordinance calendar number 34,358 has been withdrawn. So now I've read all of the fee waivers into the record, and we allow 5 minutes if anybody have comments. That's what I was told. Okay, well. if
Move,
it's a
move
break-
adoption. Yeah. You can get a motion in a second while you have discussion. Madam Clerk, there's nothing preventing a motion in a second. Well, because we're in the discussion phase, correct?
Yeah.
Pardon me? Yeah, I mean, at least that can get us to the result one way or another quicker. Yes,
So we can have an in globo motion, Adam, on all of
Yeah.
those?
Yeah.
I just want to make
Yeah.
sure.
We can't approve them as a group. We have to vote on them individually, but a motion and second is appropriate to begin to open the floor for discussion and global public comment.
Robert's rules still apply. Moved by Councilmember Harris, second by Councilmember Jerusalem. Burnside.
None.
So we have 11 fee waivers and we read them all off. And if I were a reply guy, I'd have 2 times 11 is 22 minutes to stand up here and talk on your guys' dime. So let me take this sideways and say that if you really want to do this, you should be paying for it out of your Harris money or Cox money. If it's really that important to you, if this really is the needs of your constituents and you really feel that this is a specific and important event, they should be here and they should be The city should be having advertisement on the brochures saying we gave this to you for free. There should be an acknowledgement that this is not a casual waiver. It's not a matter of giving away money. It's a matter of waiving. So for a long time, I thought it was about certain fees, just like I used to have a witness. I said, God loves all people. And I focused on all for a long time because I'm a gay man and the idea that God loves all people was radical to me. But it dawned on me that God loves all people. He doesn't eat them for breakfast or use them as carrots. So here, it's not so much the certain fee, whether it's 100% or 50%, it's that you waive it. Waive it is a magical act. You wave a wand when you're a magician. There is no pain associated with waving. It's magical. So then it becomes a question, why is it not magical for everybody? Why is it only magical for certain people and not others? If it can be waived, if you don't have to give your Harris money, if you don't have to give your Cox money, if you don't have to make any kind of sacrifice, even for giving me 22 minutes, no sacrifice at all, it's magical. Why is it not magical for everyone? Why is not everyone's fees waived? Because they're so stupid as not to ask? I would suggest every single person who uses NORD facilities ask their council person for a waiver so that they can wave the wand again and make it all magical and good for everybody.
So on which one are we voting?
We're on page 44,
Are we
number
voting on-
20.
All right.
Councilmember King,
But you know, no one stops you from asking. There is no rule that says that you can't ask, and you are absolutely in your right to express to anyone that you want that they should ask for a waiver. But I am so pleased that organizations such as alumni associations and gun buybacks are choosing to use public facilities. So Moms Against Murder, for example, I was at an event where those who have lost their loved ones were at Hunter Field. I don't want to charge them. There are instances where I don't want to charge people because I am so pleased that they are spreading their message to the general public using a public facility. That is why, to me, Mr. Burnside, the public facility exists. We are waiving things that, in my opinion, in some respects, we should never even discuss that we should have a charge for. Why should mothers who have lost someone who want to gather at Hunter Field have to ever be asked to ask for a waiver? It should be something that we do as a community, but we can't define it. But I will make it clear to the public because you've made it seem as if everybody who asks for a waiver, there are some people who, if they want to generate revenues by selling items and things like that, they're not going to get a waiver. But these organizations that are putting their own money into something and using a facility, many times are going to get a waiver. But yes, Mr. Burnside, everyone can ask. I agree.
okay, Councilmember King, we're on page 44. Number 20 is yours.
Make a motion to adopt, second by Councilmember Harris. God, these pages, 4 yeas,
No, you need 5.
5. 5. Motion's approved.
All right, the next fee waiver is on page 49, Councilmember King.
Make a motion to approve. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember Druso.
It's Jeruso, it's the second.
The screen is kind of acting up.
All right,
Can I ask a technical matter? My vote is here. The screen reads that we're voting to add to the agenda these items, and I didn't want that to come back on us later on with somebody criticizing that we were not voting correctly. It's a technical matter. That's what it reads on the screen. Is that what it's going to read in the record?
no, sir,
All right.
we'll correct it. On page 50, Councilmember Thomas.
Move adoption, moved by me, second by Councilmember King. Vote your machines, please. 5 yeas, no nays, motion is adopted.
Page 51, Councilmember Thomas. The next two are yours.
Moved by Councilmember Thomas. Second by Councilmember Jeruso. Vote your machine.
Five yeas, no nays.
Aye.
It didn't record here, but there's verbal vote, 5, aye. Ayes have it.
The next one,
So ordered.
Councilmember Thomas.
Moved by Councilmember Thomas. Second by Councilmember Jeruso. Aye, 5 yeas, no nays. Next item, please. 5 yeas.
Go to page 52, Councilmember Thomas.
Move adoption. Second by Councilmember Harris. All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it, so ordered.
Councilmember Green.
Move for adoption. All in favor?
It was moved by
Aye.
Councilmember Green, seconded by Councilmember Jeruso.
Ayes have it. 5-0.
At the bottom, Councilmember King.
Second.
Aye.
Ayes have it.
5 ayes.
On
Aye.
top of page 53,
Yeah,
number
yeah.
37.
Move for approval.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Harris. Hearing no dissent, 5 yeas, no nays.
The next one is on page 56, Councilmember Thomas.
So moved. Second by Councilmember King. All in favor?
Aye.
And no objections, 5 yeas, no nays. The ordinance is adopted.
At the bottom of at the top of page 57.
So moved by me, second by Councilmember King again. All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it, no nays, so ordered.
All right. We're now going to go to the regular order of the agenda. And we're going to go to page 28. Pardon me? Right. At the bottom of, on page 28, we have a legislative grouping. A communication from Elizabeth Holman, Director of Land Use, Councilmember Leslie Harris, District B, transmitting the Mayor's Office of Economic Development's recommendation of disapproval and requesting the scheduling of a public hearing for the following restoration tax abatement applications. 2022-0036, 1101 A-Line Street. 2022-0510, 1306 Magazine Street. We have resolution R 23-378 by Councilmember Harris. A resolution approving RTA application 2022-0036, 1101 A-Line Street, 1101 A-Line Street LLC.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This resolution would approve the RTA request for 1101 A-Line Street. The Laurel Senior Living underwent a complete renovation and overhaul, and the renovation project had 100% DBE participation and a vastly improved, a much-needed living center for our aging population. Although the RTA board was supportive, they could not recommend approval due to a technicality in a city resolution regarding the application and commencement of construction. Advance notice application was received, but the application was submitted after structural work had begun due to unpermitted work by a previous owner. As you know, the council has discretion to approve a project based on all other criteria, which this project met and exceeded. I do have one public comment from Nicole Weber.
Good afternoon, Nicole Weber, 2131 Bienville Street, just here on behalf of the property owner and developer and owner of the assisted living facility, just here to answer questions if that was needed. Thank you.
Thank you. I've moved. I need a second. Seconded by Councilmember King. 5 yeas. Thank you.
Resolution R 23-379 has been deferred to September the 7th. On page 29, the demolition request of 1432 Turo Street has been deferred to September the 9th. On top of page 30, a legislative grouping, the HDLC appeal from Zachary Smith, owner Zach Smith Consulting and Design, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmark Commission's decision to approve the demolition to grade with a proviso that redevelopment plans be submitted prior to the issuance of a demolition permit for property located at 634 Bartholomew Street. We have motion M 23-388 by Councilmember King, granting the demolition request for the property located at 634 Bartholomew Street and overruling the HDLC's decision as it relates to the provisos, and the Department of Safety and Permits shall issue the applicant a demolition permit.
HDLC got the floor.
634 Bartholomew Street does not add to the aesthetic interest of the surrounding Bywater Historic District and is a non-contributing building constructed outside the district's period of significance. At the June 1, 2022 New Orleans Commission meeting, the commission voted to approve demolition of the building with the proviso that redevelopment plans be submitted prior to demolition. The current applicant is petitioning the commission to allow for demolition prior to the submission and review of future work at the site. Because the building is located on a corner lot and shares a municipal lot with an HDLC landmark, staff has no objection to the demolition, provided that redevelopment plans are submitted prior to the issuance of a demolition permit. Any redevelopment plans will require the review and approval of the HDLC, ARC, and commission. At their meeting of August 4th, 2023, the commission voted unanimously to approve the demolition, provided that the demolition permit is issued concurrently with the certificate of appropriateness for the future redevelopment plan.
Thank you, HDLC. We do have a comment from Mr. Ron. I'll get the last name wrong, but he is not. So yes, he's not present, but he is in support of the demolition. Our office has received several complaints about this property from immediate neighbors. This old commercial building has been abandoned for over a decade and has devolved into a neighborhood nuisance. Demolition of this property enjoys the support of the immediate neighbors, the Bywater Neighborhood Association, the property owner, and the HDLC. This appeal relates to the proviso requiring the property owner to submit redevelopment plans. While I can appreciate HDLC's position to require such a proviso so as to avoid the creation of a vacant lot, this is an instance where I believe waiving this proviso is in the interest of the best interest of the health and safety and welfare of the community. With this, I move to grant the appeal. Do I have a second? Second by Councilman Thomas. We have 7 yeas, no nays. Appeal is granted.
We're now on page we're now on page 31. The short-term rental interim zoning district docket 323 has been deferred to September the 9th. On page 32, all matters, zoning docket 3723 and motion M 23-389 has been deferred to September the 9th. On page 33, all matters, zoning docket 3923 and motion line over M 23-359 has been withdrawn. On page 34, we have zoning docket 4923 SMS Development LLC requesting a conditional use to permit a parking lot principal use in an MU2 high-intensity mixed district located on square 251, lot 9 or 10 in the 4th Municipal District, bounded by Thalia Street, Barone Street, Aretha Castle, Haley Boulevard, and Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. Municipal address 1822 Thalia Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being no recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Wait, I gotta read the motion.
Oh, shoot.
We have motion M 23-380 by Councilmember Harris, overruling and denying the applicant's conditional use request on zoning docket 4943.
Now I get to talk. Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. This is a request for conditional use for a parking lot on Thalia Street in Central City, right off of O.C. Haley. Stephen, can you brief us on the CPC report?
Yeah, and I can probably speak to this in the next item because they're related. Both of them are proposals to install surface parking lots at vacant sites in Central City. The Planning Commission generally finds that problematic for two reasons. First, historic neighborhoods generally don't need surface parking lots for aesthetic purposes, for stormwater management purposes, for heat island effect purposes. And then secondly, these two particular lots are not sufficient in size to actually accommodate the movement of traffic. So they're just too small. So on this one, the Planning Commission came to a no recommendation vote. There was a little bit of discussion whether it should be deferred. The applicant wasn't able to attend. But I will say on the substance of the matter, the Planning Commission was not in support.
Thank you, Stephen. I have one comment from Mr. Michael Burnside. Anita, are there any online comments to this or the next? Okay, thank you.
In an effort to learn from Councilperson Green, I just wanted to come up and say thank you. There are a surprisingly large number of new parking lots near my home, and it's nice to have some sort of brakes on parking lots. Sometimes, quite frankly, and quite brutally, I think we treat our cars better than we treat our brothers.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. I'm going to move. I need a second. Seconded by Councilmember King. 6 yeas. Thank you.
We're now gonna go to page. We're gonna go to page 60. We have motion M23-384 by council members Morrell, Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Harris. A motion directing the Office of Workforce Development to distribute payments due to youth employed by the city.
Madam Clerk, before we get started, could we add Councilman King to that, the item, please? Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
All names should probably be added.
I'm sorry, can all names be added? I think it's only 2 off. Thank you, Councilman Thomas. I'm sorry for that oversight. All right, we have cards on this one. Ladies and gentlemen, as you may be well aware, we were made aware as a council of there being some issues with individuals, young people who had done work over the summer with the Workforce Commission, and the fact that they have not been paid, and the fact that there lacks a sense of urgency in getting them paid. And as a council, we are not often I often like to say this, and I say it not with any relish, that we're kind of the sledgehammer when often a scalpel is needed. But at this point, it has been a significant amount of time. These young people are continuing to lose heart in that they will actually be paid. And this is another instance in which the council has to step in and force the issue. I know there's some individuals who'd like to speak. I would suggest that we'll let them speak, and then council members can speak afterwards if they so choose. Mr. Mahdi is here to speak.
Yeah, George Mahdi, Neighborhood Unity and Merge. We understand the importance of workforce development. And we just want you to keep in mind the objectives that should be in play in doing this. You know, first of all, kids should be paid, but first you have to have a program in place that would serve the public better. And that's keeping in mind that making sure that there are centralized or citywide networks so you can recruit these youngsters, you know, from various areas of the city and put them into the workforce and recruit them into the programs so they can be given counseling, can be given aptitude tests, vocational tests, and so forth. And see, by having those types of programs in place, you can create a workforce for vocational apprenticeships. And by that, you can have, plumbing, electrician, electrical and other entities, work entities that can be used to put them into the public workforce, public works facilities such as sewage and water board, Lincoln Beach projects, and things of this nature. So this is what the overall plan should be in terms of getting these people involved, because I don't think that they understand that these programs are available to them, are open to them. And I don't know whether you're putting public notices out to inform people of these job opportunities, but that should be done as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Morrell. Oh, you just came in. Mr. Morrell, come on up.
Hey, good afternoon. Bob Morrell, 6334 Canal Boulevard. I'm definitely advocating for obviously getting these children paid. Wage theft is a crime, regardless of who commits it. It's imperative that we set the standards for any employment, much less for children, that we're ensuring that they are receiving the fruits of their labor. And I appreciate this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Willis.
How y'all doing? Apparently we dropped the ball again. For kids to have a summer job and for them to have their first work experience to be a tremendous disappointment to them, that says a lot about our community as people as a whole. Kids will not anymore look forward to having job opportunities for the summer or any kind of program if this is what we're teaching them from a government stand of it, better yet a private standpoint of it. We just need to figure out what's the solution. If we drop the ball by now, what's the next step to figure out who's supposed to be monitoring the monitors to make sure that whoever didn't file the paperwork, why this ain't done, why that ain't done, to why these kids are not paid at this point. So instead of us going back and forth trying to figure out, certainly I think we need to figure out who's getting paid to not do their job, because the kids did their jobs and right now they deserve to get paid. And again, we have to figure out collectively as a people and also as a council how to step up and do things. I'm gonna speak on this, Mr. Green. I have an event on the 3rd. The reason why I'm doing my event on the 3rd, because we have a lot of kids that did not receive a check, that don't have money. So therefore, some kids that could have bought their own uniforms and their own school supplies, some of them they didn't get their check, so therefore they didn't buy certain things they're gonna need. So on the 3rd, I don't want no fees waived for admission or anything like that. I'm doing something that we should be doing collectively together, to be honest with you. So if I utilize your district, the first district, second district, district C, D, E, F, G, the reason why I move around in different parts of this city, because I believe the problem that we are seeing across this whole city of New Orleans is all our problems. Not a district problem, it's a government and people problem. And we don't have to keep trying to police our way out of everything, y'all. If we have somebody that seems like they can do half the job, and we saying we could use them just for half a job, let's try and figure out if we could use them to do the whole job and do this thing long-term, because we're looking for short-term solutions and we're not going to get anywhere as a people for long-term. We're going to have a lot of problems, y'all. So we need to figure out how to get on top of this stuff and make sure these kids get paid.
Mr. Drew, so you have a comment for him or a general comment? Okay. Next up, we have Mr. Edward Parker.
Good afternoon, council. I've been before you before, and we always talked about economic development in our Black community. Let's get away from the cold words. Crime in this city has a Black face. Poverty in this city has a Black face. What we're just talking about, not paying the kids, it's all about the lack of Black economic upward mobility in this city. This is a copy of the disparity study done 2018. It's been sitting dormant. Looked at the budget, went to the budget hearing maybe about a week and a half ago. A disparity study should be done every 3-4 years. This study hadn't been done since the Morial administration. We're going into the same hole again. Why in our present budget don't we have a continuing disparity study? That is a must. That will help to bring diversity in this city. We've waited too long to try and correct a problem that has existed in this city forever. I'm 79 years old, and it's always been the same way. Black upward economic mobility in this city has always been last. Check out not only the disparity study, but our data center. We talk about the kids. Most of our Black community lives at or below the poverty level. These are the things that we have to correct. We can put all this money into the police department, get all the policemen we want, but until we improve Black upward mobility. I'll give you one thing that we talk about all the time. How in a Democratic controlled city, our Black community, our Black kids, our best and brightest have to leave here, leave New Orleans, Democratic New Orleans, and go to Red State, Texas, with Greg Abbott and Ted Cruz, and have a better opportunity for upward economic mobility than they have right here in this city. Check this disparity study, please. Everybody has one. We need this in our budget, and we also need a fully staffed Office of Supplier Diversity, a fully staffed Office of Supplier Diversity, and a continuing disparity study. Let's get some inclusion, and I'm unapologetically Black about it. We are 60% in this city, Black, and we're too poor.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Next up, we have Mr. Smith.
To the council, I'm really here. I came here on one issue. But sometime when we relate to children, the voice of church need to be in the house. It is sinful, given the resources in the city, and for children not to be paid. And what you do, you make them candidates for Tulane and Broad. And you will be guilty of that if you cannot find a way to get them paid. And outside of the dollar, they must know that those that sit in the seats respect their existence. You cannot go to church on Sunday. You cannot go to the church on Sunday. If you had march in the streets where I march, in the backwoods of Mississippi and Alabama, got beaten in jail and while I'm on these crutches, well, you must say the teachings in your church is a lie because the child should be first. I did not come here today just for this. I did not come here today just for this. You know who I came to talk about? Bobby Kennedy and Huntersville. That's what I came originally to speak about. I have a document in my bag where Bobby Kennedy goes to John Kennedy and said, John, we have to change the civil rights speech. Now, I'm putting all that aside. I'm speaking now about how you violate the Black child, mostly because there's not that many white children in it. And then you do not give them a chance of not running to the drug dealer. You are guilty when you don't pay the ones that's trying to do right, and the other ones you're putting in jail. Somebody is foul. I didn't know about this until this now when I came in here. You do not want me to come out on this. I'm demanding that you stand up. And in my bag, I'm with John Lewis. We 22 years old and we going to jail. In the backwoods of Mississippi, I'm with John Lewis again, standing up with children in Mississippi. John Lewis come down here to speak. He wouldn't speak until he could find me. And do you think I'm gonna pass up what's happening to these children? You have the obligation to your mama's womb to do right by the child. It should not just be about business. It should not just be about business, because you know what's happening? It's mostly Black children. You know what you're doing? You're putting a gun in their hand. I shouldn't have to come here. I was coming on a simple mission to change the law as it relates to Huntersville. The city had nothing to do with starting Huntersville. I took Huntersville. There was nothing there. And they're gonna make a decision. They're insane. Bobby Kennedy come to find me. He come to John Kennedy. He come to find a poor Black woman who taught me, you're Black, you're poor, but you'll never be dumb and dirty. And Jerome, they're not smarter than you. That's the lessons I had from my mother. So when I sat with Bobby Kennedy, I could see my mother's face saying, Jerome, you're Black, you're poor, but you will never be dumb and dirty. Now, Kennedy had all the money. He had all the power, but my mother said they're not better than you. And Kennedy called John Kennedy. All this, they do this class at Harvard. They do this at Harvard. Now, I'm gonna tell you now, I didn't come ready today. But if I was ready, I would take all y'all seats. I would bring children. Look in your history books. That has been done. I came here, I sat in the back, and the children took all the council seats. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Do not play. I didn't come totally on this mission, but you have no right to violate the child. Now, what you done did, I didn't got the message. The next time you come in the seat, you won't be able to sit down if you don't solve the problem. Because look in your history books. I did bring children down here and they took all the council seats and I went sit in the back. I went sit in the back. They must know it's more important to their spiritual life to represent the teaching of Martin Luther King and take your seats than for them to try to find a gun and rob somebody on the street. Get it together. I'm not ready today. I'm not really ready today. Because if I was ready, you wouldn't be sitting in those seats. It is wrong. You don't need to come sit up here in the meeting to know that's wrong. They did the work, pay them. If they did the work, pay them. Now, in terms of my humble mission, in terms of Huntersville, I created Huntersville. I come from this Fannie Lou Hamer's house. John Lewis was sitting outside waiting for me. I'm coming to New Orleans and I walk across the grass. And I told folks there, I said, we're going to take this for our children. We're going to take this for our children. You don't want to confront this. Bobby Kennedy went into his brother after he spoke to me in humbleness. And John changed his speech because the voice from my mother's womb made this rich white boy praise in his seat. I'm speaking about Bobby Kennedy. And then later on, Kennedy called when he was running for president and I was in Boston and he was trying to jam me so he could speak. He would have made a great president. His death was a tremendous loss to the country because he heard the voice of a Black mother's womb, my voice. So we got to tighten this up. Don't get to something simple in terms of not having children paid. Because the folks that came down here, y'all made a mistake. You should have did like Tamarine and Fan when they violated our children. The children came, they took all their seats and they would not move. I went outside. I'm just bumping in here today. I'm not ready. You don't want me to come ready. Call the name. Martin Luther King got me on my shoulder and gave me a clap. Malcolm X, after I met with Bobby Kennedy, he sent for me and they gave me a clap. I do not come to play. I'm not hired by Nord. I will close it down. You know what I would do? I would make one phone call. And this person would call 10 colleges in the country. He would first call Harvard, then they would call Harvard. And they would ask to review the records as it related to Jerome Smith and his meeting with Bobby Kennedy. And then I would come to speak to you. Do not play with this. Do not play with, I just bumped into this today in this way. You should not hesitate. If you don't want them to steal, if you don't want them to rob you, if you don't want them to violate, why you treat them indecently? Why you treat the child indecently? So the question becomes, make them first. Go to your bankers. Tell them to pay your children, and then you will pay them. Remember, do not violate nothing on Huntersville. I come out of jail in Mississippi with John Lewis. When I walked on that grass one night and I said, to take this for the children, call any mayor, any one of them before you, and they'll tell you how I function. And as old as I am, jail is not a question, because the spirit is greater than jail, and I have the spirit. And I'm not gonna change that. The city violates the child when the children done right. Why should they wait? Why should they wait? Listen to the child like you're listening to me. Please don't have me to come back because you will not sit in them seats. You will not be in their seats. And on this crutch where I got injured in Mississippi, you have not lived the life I done lived. The way I speak in here, when I took children to the United Nations, I have the picture in my bag to the United Nations sitting with Andrew Young. And the children spoke, and the boy that spoke came from Huntersville. Do you hear me? I am totally not helpless. There's one thing I learned when I was a young boy. I had an impediment of speech, and my mother used to sit by a candlelight, a lamp, and she would say, "You're black." Listen, Jerome, you're black, you're poor, but you will never be dumb and dirty. You will never be done and dirty. Do you hear me? This is my message from my mother. And when I met Bobby Kennedy and many others, too many to call, I could hear my mother's voice when I was meeting Bobby Kennedy. And this is what the children must know, that the council is their friend. And you're gonna always do right by the child, because if you don't, you're gonna send them to prison. And if you don't do right by them, when I call back down here, I'm gonna get a group of children to file suit against the council. File suit for the moral and spiritual violations that cripples the child's tomorrow. Now, what I'm gonna do too, there's people that know of my work. When I took children to New York, and when they came down from the March on Washington, there's a book that says the children got a lot of applaud other than Martin Luther King. And they had this meeting at the March on Washington. And Mahalia Jackson came and she seen the children, she started crying. She wanted to know where they were from. And they said they're with that man from New Orleans. My history. I'm on his stick, huh? You know why I'm on his stick? Because some white men jammed me in a simple demonstration in Mississippi, and I was beaten. And I was tackled by 5 of them. But you see, I'm still standing today. There's something I learned, and from the Mardi Gras in, you know whom bow. I have not bowed down yet. Get it together.
Miss Elder?
Good evening, board. My name is Angelina Elder, civil rights activist, one of Mama D students. My work that I do out here is dedicated to the children. When I heard that the children weren't getting paid, I was very disappointed. Because since Katrina, everything had been colonized, privatized, given to these nonprofits. We get government funded money. The government funded money is not the politicians' money. It's for the youth. It's for the youth. And for me to hear this about our children, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. But just to say that our political leaders, y'all have the money. Y'all have the money. Y'all need to pay our children, because all our fights and battles, we went to every politician here, every state agency. Now we at the United Nations. We have been working under 2 presidents because our politicians cannot do their jobs. You see? And come on, I mean, y'all could get the money from some kind of way, because Y'all have over 759 prophets. And New Orleans is a very wealthy island because I'm a historical researcher. New Orleans is built on trade goods and services. We don't need no corporations from out of town to come here to control us. You see, and for y'all, in the children, it's a must for the children to be taken care of first, because the children are saying that nobody care about us, nobody listening to us. You see, and it's sad, it's very sad, but something gotta be done, because the United Nations say, if you gotta keep coming back, they're gonna come and clean it out, and it needs to be cleaned out on a city, state, and federal level. Because it's awful, it's past awful, y'all gotta do better than that. It's past awful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Elder. Before we get to Mr. Batiste, I do want to make one quick comment. This is not an issue of the money. The money for this program was allocated in the budget. The council passed the money, was given to the administration to pay the kids. What the motion today to do is, because the kids aren't being paid, the council is forcing workforce to pay the kids. So this council values children. This council values these programs, and we hear you and agree with you. The priority is the children. And the fact that we have not paid these kids yet, to what Mr. Smith said, you sent in the wrong message. You sent a message that we don't value these kids, that we're not doing what we're supposed to do, and we're breaking promises. So I just want to make sure, just from listening to the comments, the money's there. There's no money issue. The money's already been allocated. The program's already funded. We got to make the kids get paid. So I just want to make sure that Mr. Batiste, you're next. And if I'll for him, we have Mr. I think that's Baker, Gary Baker, might be Balker.
Good afternoon, Council. First, let me give Oliver Thomas a shout out, because when I called him and told him those kids needed uniforms, Oliver, you didn't hesitate. You came, you made sure those children got uniforms. So I want to shout you out for that. I want to shout Royce Duplessis out for that, and Jimmy Harris. They came with no hesitation for the same children y'all talking about. Now, like JP said, it's not the council. It's Sune at Job 1. It is the mayor finance office. We went through this last year, the same old thing. But look, so they're not telling y'all the truth. Tell y'all the truth. They don't even have timesheets for the kids. They don't have work permits. They didn't even do the applications. But what I'm saying, JP, if the kid's not getting paid, nobody in the city should get paid. Because guess what? These kids could be out there robbing, gang banging. Mike the realist, I take my hat off to that guy. That guy buying uniforms. He doing everything for the kids. He 100. He goes 100. So I want to shout him out. But I'm telling y'all as a council, we can't take this job from the mayor of finance and Sune. Sune is scared to come. People called her. Kim Ford called her. I called her. She tell me she on a conference for 3 weeks. Come on. Even Wonder can see she lying. But look, y'all got subpoena power. Bring her here. Bring her here and let's get the truth. They don't want y'all to know the truth, but these kids are vulnerable. Some of these kids are not going to school till they have uniform. Eugene, I don't shout you out all the time, but you have been doing some work, brother. So, I'll shout you out. Freddie King, you're on the ground working. This council is working. Now, y'all fuss with each other, and I love it when y'all fuss with each other. It means y'all getting something done, even if y'all go against each other. Well, look, let's make it right for these kids. Shouts out to Big Duck. He been a hero. He been fighting for Huntersville. It's sad for Nord to try to take Huntersville from Jerome and not hear what Mr. Smith saying. But like he told y'all, he can make a phone call. Community ready, and if he call the people, we ready to take y'all seats. And it might not be y'all fault, but we'll come on and put a great show on.
Thank you, Mr. Ballier. Followed by Ms. Ford.
Gary Ballier, 2232 Rose Street. This could piggyback, everything's just about been said, but you as the council, as government, you had people here earlier from clergy, churches. You do a lot of communication with businesses. There's over 6,000 nonprofits in this city. Now she said 750. And those nonprofits, everything they do is say to improve the quality. Most of them, mission is to improve the quality of life in this city. That's not happening. I don't know what type of relationship the council has with the actual school system. And I remember Mark Murray, I wanted to run for a third term being the education mayor. I don't, that's not that long ago, so we remember that. But I think the test for a family, and I consider New Orleans my family. I've attempted to leave several times and I just can't. I can't pull myself out of here. The test to see if a family is functioning properly is to see how you're taking care of the kids and to see how you're taking care of your elders. If the old people aren't being taken care of and the kids, the poor kids are being overlooked, you're neglecting the family. And I think we're showing that government, clergy, schools, business, and nonprofits, they're neglecting the family. Somebody may mention the DBEs, Mr. Parker did, and a lady earlier saying somebody had 100% DBE participation. The DBE waivers from a report from 2018-19, that's the most recent one I can find, showed that the biggest receiver of the waivers for not participating in DBEs, you know what agency it is? Anybody? NOPD is the biggest biggest violator of DBE waivers, followed by mosquito control. And I can kind of see mosquito control. But why isn't our police department trying to do business in our community?
Thank you, Mr. Valle. Ms. Ford, and after Ms. Ford, we have Mala Fatima.
Hi, everybody. My name is Kim Ford, and I'm in the lower Ninth Ward. Councilman Thomas is my representative, and I had questions about this. First of all, I'm very clear that this was not a problem that initiated from the city council. This was a problem that was initiated by the mayor and the city's administration that she's responsible for. That's where this problem came in, because they were responsible for paying the children, and that's who you gave the money to. And I get that. And I saw that. But dating back to June the 15th, when I saw that Councilman Thomas was having an event, a job fair with Job One. I said, look, I cannot in good conscience let my councilman go out there and stand up and work with Job One when they have not paid our children. So I had a problem with that. So I reached out to his office to let them know that, because I was going to get my community members and we were going to go over there and boycott against Job One for that fair. But I'm not going to do that to my councilman. But guess what? In the same regard, I don't expect that we're going to be able to sit here and blow smoke up the Urban League and other issues in our community, voting on motions to get fee waivers, and ain't nobody saying nothing about these children. And that's why I got a little perturbed this morning. But guess what? It's just now, just like Big Doug said, it's just now getting started. If our children don't get their money in 24 hours, we're gonna have to do something, guys. And we look to you all. When you all took this job, when you ran for office, you said we were going, this community has voted for change. That's what we got up here on this council right now. We got change because our community, the voters here, the voters in New Orleans, we are demanding change. So no, it's not, you did what you needed to do, JP, to get the money to the programming. But we got a dysfunctional leadership over here that got on mainstream media and said that these children should be thankful for the opportunity to work. And nobody questioned that. It fell on silent ears. We can no longer be silent about this. I'm saddened that it has come back to here. And I have emails dating back to June complaining about these children not getting paid. And when these kind of things happen and our leadership is silent, that harms us. And it harms our children. I brought my two nieces down to Job One to apply for the summer program. And I was thoroughly embarrassed that my babies had to see how dysfunctional that opportunity was. They wouldn't even let them apply because they didn't have They wouldn't let them apply because they didn't have a permit, because they didn't have their birth certificate. They just graduated from high school. And guess what? I really want to see all of our schools get children their pertinent documents when they're graduating from high school. We need programming to help our children get driver's license when they're graduating from high school. Did you know that they have to take a class to even get a driver's permit? These kind of things. And back in the day, when we were applying to go and work for the city of New Orleans, when we went there to apply for those summer jobs, they had Social Security there to give them their Social Security card. They had the birth records there so they could apply for their all of those services that they needed to apply for a job was right there in that room. So we got to look at that. We don't need to get here and reinvent the wheel, but it can no longer continue where these children are not getting paid. That needs to be reserved today. And we don't need to keep listening to 501c3s, including the Urban League can talk about all that other stuff, but they can't say nothing about our children getting paid. That's blasphemy. And I don't like it. I don't like it. In the midst of my battle with Nora trying to behave like they some slum landlord around here, we got problems in this community with justice. We got problems. And I reached out to all of you regarding Nora. I need some help with them too. We got to get it right, y'all. We got to get it right. This community wants better.
Thank you. After Mal Fatima, we have Amber McKnight.
Greetings. The ancient Greek philosopher Aristotle once said that poverty is the parent of crime and revolution. If the leadership of our city does not provide respectable and moral pathways to coming out of poverty and to learning the skills to come out of poverty, criminal enterprises and anger and a lack of trust and faith of the people who are supposed to take care of them will send them elsewhere. And where they're going won't be good. We have some young people over in the juvenile detention center who were brilliant enough to win a national contest. The person that was giving them award had to announce that the winners could not be with them because they were in jail. That shows you that not all children are unsalvageable because they commit crimes. They're committing these crimes because they cannot trust us to help them and to guide them. What kind of example is this? Now, I understand that all bureaucracies are not perfect. Human beings are not perfect. But when you're trying to go to school and you've worked all summer and you can't even go buy a tablet or a pair of shoes because you haven't been paid, you cannot expect them to put up with administrative snafus. So I am imploring the council to get the priorities right. Prioritize and take care of our children, because to do so is to take care of the future of our city.
Thank you, Ms. McKnight. After Ms. McKnight, we have Mr. Burnside.
Greetings, council. So let me first start off by saying I'm a people watcher. And as all of these individuals were talking, Mr. King, I don't know if you were on your phone or not paying attention. Ms. Moreno, you were engaged. Mr. Morrow, you were too. Mr. Green, Mr. Thomas, Ms. Harris, and Mr. Jeruso. We email all the time. I'm Amber. The one that emails you all the time, sends you pictures of different things that's happening in Hollywood. Okay? So I initially came here for my daughter and also an initiative that I opposed. My daughter did not get paid. I am a parent. These folks spoke about the children not getting paid. I am a parent of a 10th grader at Benjamin Franklin High School who worked damn hard to get there. A Black girl at Benjamin Franklin High School. 4.1 GPA, I don't even know how that's possible. Okay? All right? See, my child has been asking me, why am I working if I'm not getting paid? She said, this seems like indentured servitude. My baby is very smart. She abortion. She says we like Benjamin Button, going back in time. That's what she said about abortion. I have a very smart one on my hand. Mr. Green, I've seen you at juvenile court. You are there at the graduations for the students. I commend you for that. You see the improvement in the student. They update you about the improvement of those students that are in the juvenile system. And I commend you for coming to their graduation. Mr. Thomas, nothing left unsaid between us. I've been knowing you since I was a kid. I'm John McKnight's daughter, by the way, and I continue his legacy to this day. District A and B, D2 sometimes. So I come here today to first, people don't understand federalism. See, it's not the mayor who distributes the fund. It's not. People confuse that. It's the finance department within this council that controls how the funds are distributed.
Madam, that's not true.
The finance department have.
Madam, the finance department's under the Division of Administration, is under the mayor's office.
Yeah,
We don't control the finance department.
The finance department controls how the funds are being.
Right, but they're under the administration and not under the council.
Not under the council?
Not under the council, ma'am.
Okay. So we should not be placing, my point is, we should not be placing blame where blame shouldn't be placed. Okay? That's the point I'm trying to make. If you approve the funds, the mayor has the funds, then the finance department has a problem where the funds haven't been distributed. It's the finance department. So let's just give it to where it is. They have the funds and they need to distribute the funds. My daughter asks me every day, where's her money? She worked every day, 7 hours, and still hasn't received a check at all from this city. And I would expect, what if you didn't receive your check? How about y'all give them y'all checks until they can figure out a way to pay them? What is that teaching them? I'm trying to teach my child financial responsibility. Put some of your money in savings. The 60-40 rule. You live off of 40, you save 60. That's what I'm trying to teach you, but I can't do that because I have no funds to help her to do it. So I use my own funds to show her how to do the 60-40 rule. Now, there's a initiative on here. I'm just gonna kill two birds with one stone. 40 were Office of OCD and funding. Now, we have a nonprofit and we provide low-income housing to the citizens of Gertown. And it is like an act of Congress for a Black-owned 501c3 to receive funding through that. And the funds I see, Wolf Construction, I see all of these other people, but I never see small
owned, Black-owned 501c3 that are given the funds for low-income housing. We complain all the time about low-income housing. That's what the mayor complains about. We need affordable housing. She loves to complain about that, right? We all the time. But it's possible, it's there, through the Office of Community Development. That's what they do. They provide the funding to 501c3 to provide low-income housing. That is their purpose. Many people don't know this. They just think, oh, we don't have low-income housing. No, we have it. It is possible for us to do it. But the people who get those funds, they're not used for low-income housing. They're just not. And the term, if they do get it, is 5 years or 10 years. Look what happened to the complex by the bayou, where all of those people had to move out or their rent went up. I emailed Mrs. Jeruso for 6 units of people on my block, gone. 5 families left. So what I want, and I want to work with Ms. Leslie on this for Gertown, specifically Gertown, is to be able to be at the table, be considered first at the table before out-of-town LLCs, ILCs that you can't even look up on the internet. I didn't look them up before they like just pop up, and I look them up and they just pop up and you don't know where they come from. So that's what I want to see with that. I would also urge the council to vote no on provision 50. Now, when I was a law student, that was my first externship out of Loyola. And if you are a Loyola graduate, you know, to get an externship, you got to have a certain GPA. The GPA got to be higher than a 3.3. You got to work hard for it, and it counts as credits. That was the first thing I did during law school. My first externship, and it counted as credits. That meant I get to go to work and not go to class. And I learned that that's the only organization that does federal and state at the same time. You all can't handle federal problems. Guess who can? The city's attorney's office. The city's attorney's office handles federal and state cases. And I personally saw cases from the 90s where families have sued and won. And like the person who died would be like 60 right now, and they still haven't been paid. You want to reduce the budget for that and then put it in the miscellaneous. What is the miscellaneous? I feel like we elected you all to have oversight over this administration because it did need it. But we didn't elect for this. So they already have a low budget. I learned a lot over there at the city's attorney's office, a lot from a lot of good attorneys. This is when Sonny was the city attorney at the time. And I just think that would be a wrong move. They're already understaffed, overworked. They've got about 10 of them that do everything. They try to pay out everybody. They're in federal court, state court. The funds are already low.
Ma'am, we got some other people on this one. Are you going to be staying for number 50? It's not number 50 on here, but you're talking about the funding issue with the city attorney's office, correct?
Yeah, the funding issue.
Okay. When that one comes up, we can talk to you about it. But
killing that one bird, one stone.
The problem was when we'd have these items on the agenda in a row, everyone wants to get through this item to go to the next one. And so you're crossing the streams, and we're talking about the kids.
Well, you did it already when you skipped from the other one to 50. You skipped over the 40 to go to 50.
But we're trying to do this on time because some council members have to leave for certain things. So I mean, I'm happy to talk to you about that issue with the city attorney's office. And I think that,
I'm taking on that it was 40 something. and-
right, but
No.
we regularly move the items as far as their order, but we're still gonna do the item. It's just in different orders. So we're still gonna get to the item with the city attorney.
Oh, okay. 'cause
Okay.
I understand. I get that part very well. I
Okay.
just noticed that it was, we weren't at 40.
We
were at
we'll come back
50,
to it, I promise.
But I'll leave it there. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, Ms. McKnight. Next we have Mr. Burnside, and last we have Chewy. Oh, you must have got stuck. All right, why don't you come back after Mr. Burnside? But Chewy, wait 1 second. You were further ahead, WC. Why don't you come after Mr. Burnside, and then we'll do you, okay, Chewy? Go ahead, Mr. Burnside. I'm sorry about that. Your card must have got stuck in the pile. I did see it. Go ahead, Mr. Burnside.
I think a lot of energy sort of got dissipated here rather quickly. I think a lot of us want the kids to be paid. I think that wants don't get acted on in this city very well. And I think part of the problem is they don't have plan Bs. Okay, you just give money to the administration and then you go, it's in the administration's pockets, there's nothing we can do. But Joe, who's not here, jerked a couple of chains with his withholding 10% of the money for certain departments and got certain responses from the administration when you held up funds. I think you should not give all the funds to the administration. I should think, and I hate using this word, but I'm going to use the word anyway. I should think that you should keep a slush fund that you can dole out as you see fit. Because the person who told you to go to your banker and get the money and give to the kids and then go argue with your banker later was correct. Children should not be at the mercy of adult problems. Adults always have problems. Adults always will have problems. There's no solving of all of adult problems short of heaven. So there needs to be at least a plan B where we can compensate for the truly innocent, the truly weak, and the people who need help, not just because they need help, but because the city needs to retain its, I hate language because I forget words, but the city needs to maintain its image as a functional democratic institution that can meet the needs of its constituents. When people give up hope in government, they become a government unto themselves. And when they do that, we basically have a low-grade civil war, or at least gang warfare. So you guys need to keep a slush fund of some money because when Oliver shows up, Oliver brings resources. He doesn't just bring his smile. And the city council needs to bring resources to these kids' parents in the form of, here is 50% of what you're owed, here's 75% of what you're owed, because we give adult organizations fee waivers to NORD. These kids don't need a fee waiver. What they need is cash on the barrelhead, and you don't have it to give to them. And you need to build your power, and you need to have alternatives, and you need to be able to act on them. Because right now you're in a pinch, you ain't got no cash to give them. And that is a weakness that you should not perpetuate for yourselves into the future. You should have cash. You should be able to give it to them. The other thing is you really need to get employees who have access to brass. You really need to get employees who have access codes, legal ones, completely legal, to be able to monitor in the real time what the hell's going on. You need to increase the amount of staff you got. You need to get those damn traffic people out of the second floor. And you need to take ownership of being a functional second branch of government.
Thank you, WC, and then Chewy.
W.C. Johnson, Community United for Change. The problem with not paying children after you promised that they would get paid for jobs that they should do or could do is a problem not only physically for them and financially for them, but it is a psychological problem. But more than this, what about the other children that are watching this, that hear this? What about those that are waiting on the children on the corners to employ them and letting them know that you will get paid here? If we're trying to increase a society that is going to be beneficial for all, then we have to show the children growing up that to do the right things you get rewarded for and not punished.
we are punishing our youth. We are telling them that you should not do what you're supposed to do. We're sending all the wrong messages. And we don't see it right now, but 6 months, a year, 5, 10, 15 years down the track, we're going to be complaining about problems that we helped create here. Now, I realize the council had nothing to do with the children not getting paid, and I commend you for that. But I will tell you this. The Home Rule Charter has provisions in there for the council to bring about more management over the mayor and the mayor's administration. I advise you look at it and begin to implement it. Because we have a runaway train that is out of control, and the only way it's going to get in control is if you bring that train under control. So look at the Home Rule Charter, utilize the provisions that are in there for you to take care of the administration's responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Chewy.
As always, my name is Albert True Kokomo. We represent three groups. One of them is Native Unity. One of them is Mayor's Mobilization, Racism, and Government Welfare. And it's POCC Prisoner Council Committee. Again, need we say race is an issue in this case here, you know, because we all know that the kids are Black kids, you know. And if it were white children, it would be a house of a different color. Y'all know that, huh? Yeah. So let's just talk about racism and how it affects African people here in New Orleans, you know. You know, there's always a disproportionate us, you know, target, you know. I don't care if it's racial profiling, I don't care if it's, you know, police terrorism. I don't care if it's regentification. I don't care if it's, in this case here, you know, where y'all the kids working, you don't get them nothing in exchange, you know. You know, again, it's just so ridiculous. Mr. Green, I remember, you know, some time ago when he was eager to talk about, you know, get the job, get the kids ready for a summer job, you know, take, you know, this number and do this and do that. I haven't heard him say anything. Wonder if you're going to win, Mr. Green. You get me, you say, let me get your email, Mr. Shirley, you know. But again, you know, again, this is in reference to these kids is also related to racism, white supremacy. You know, because again, we're going to, you know, say it over and over because it's, you know, white kids will be a horse of a different color. Now, we know the white folks know it. I don't know if the black folks know it. I don't know if they know it, you know. Again, you know, when I was over as a woman speak, whatever you're speaking, we see a lot of folks that were really weren't paying attention. But we have an elder, you know, an individual that paid the cost. You know, I mean, he was in the trench early in the days. You know, when it wasn't really cool to do what we're doing right now. You know, it's easy for us to do it now. But when he did it, you know, you had to worry about, you know, planes coming to your house, killing your mom or killing your dad or killing your children, burning your house down. It's easy now. I mean, it's real easy, you know. But again, we watch, you know, when Elder Jerome was speaking and y'all was really wasn't paying attention. I mean, y'all really wasn't in the state even what he was trying to say. But anyhow, you know, that's part of the problem. Again, I have a stepson too. You know, he worked. He also was working the summer program, and he waited for his money too. He waiting for his money, you know. Mama said, you know, he still waiting for his money. I said, well, you know, that's the way the city, you know, do business, you know. When it comes to us, you know, they take their time. But when When it's about what's happening in the street, we're talking about, you know, black kids don't want work. All they want to do is stand on the corner and sell drugs. All they want to do is run the street, stuff like that. We get a lot of criticism. And the criticism not just related to the kids, it's all related to the elders, you know, black fathers, you know, like me, you know, and black mothers, you know, like my girl, you know, and other individuals. You know, another thing we like to say, you know, that it just is really ideal for us to speak during this occasion because, again, you know, normally y'all usually this. All right, sure, you got 1-2 minutes, you know, the day y'all letting us in the sense just let it all hang out. So we definitely like to see it occasion, you know. But we're not tired in the sense, we don't talk, you know, we ain't good at that, but we definitely like to in the sense of, you know, speak, raise our voice in support of our kids. You know, we really love our babies, you know, we really love them. We really love our kids. I don't know if y'all love y'all, but we really love our, and when we talk about our kids, we talking about our babies, our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any online comments?
Yeah, we have one online comment. This is from Erica Zucker with the Workplace Justice Project at Loyola Law Clinic. She says, I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy for the Workplace Justice Project at Loyola Law Clinic. The WJP represents low-income workers in wage recovery through wage theft or other non or improper payment of earned wages. We have reached out to the students who are still owed wages, some partially paid, some fully unpaid, for their work through the NOLA Youth Work Summer Jobs Program. We are grateful to the students and some employers who have spoken out to advocate for their wages and are making sure this issue is resolved fairly and fully. I apologize that I can't be there in person today. Thank you to the council for taking action to make sure that the students who participated in the NOLA Youth Work Summer Jobs Program receive their full earned wages. We hope that your action brings a swift resolution to this shameful episode. However, while we are glad the council is taking this action today, over a month after the program ended, there are a few missing pieces that need to be addressed, if not today, then soon. First, on the full payment of wages, these workers, these student workers are entitled to all of the unpaid wages they earned during the program, but they may also be entitled to penalty wages under the Louisiana Wage Payment Act, which says that for any undisputed wages due that are not paid within 15 days of the last day of employment, penalty wages shall be awarded. It'll also add here that some of the students may have worked additional days beyond the dates of the program. It's important to make sure they are fully paid. Second, the council should undertake a full investigation into how and why this happened and how we may make sure it doesn't happen again. Finally, these student workers, some of whom have come out publicly to let everyone know of their mistreatment and owed wages, have gained a valuable lesson about standing up for themselves, but also unfortunately, they have learned not to trust our city government and its programs and leaders that are supposed to be setting examples for them. To rebuild trust in the city's youth programs, any effort to resolve this must include education for city and Job One staff on state and federal laws on wage payment and the importance of being a responsible employer. The WJP can provide some of this education and training and can continue this conversation to ensure that those who administer these city programs understand the obligations of training and employment and worker protections. Thanks again for raising up these student workers and for moving the city to do the right thing.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
One night I was standing on the corner in New York, speaking to Malcolm X. Malcolm X had heard about the meeting I had with Dr. Kennedy. If they would have notified me about this meeting, you wouldn't have no seat today. The sin is we don't have no children in here. What's happening in here should have been a class on every playground in the city. That's right, that's right. You know, the Lord cannot marry children if they do not put themselves up on a likely century. So if children are playing ball at North and they're not down here demonstrating for their well-being, something is wrong. I got in here today on accident. On accident. So how do you prepare a child to know that the council is for them when the council members don't invite the children to be witness? Because if they go on their corners, they meet those who are on a negative as a witness. You shouldn't have this kind of meeting. One night we were coming out of jail in Mississippi. And almost anybody you could name in that historical civil rights movement was in this meeting. And everybody brought a child or two with them. So you have to invite children somehow to be a part of solving the problem. What child in these seats here that know you are waiting for them in this moment? So you should not pass over them. When we would come down here from Tambourine and Band, the children are being here because they would make class out of the experience. So if you have boys playing ball, basketball, and girls sewing and this, that, and the other, they would select and they would come, they would be in here. You should never do this again in front of my face, because I'll come back next week and take your seats. Why? So you violated the spirit of child. How can you go to church and call on Jesus? And Jesus' greatest love is the love of child. One of the things I'm saying is not my words. It's Martin Luther King's words. One night we were with Miss Fannie Lou Hamer. And Doc came there. I think John Lewis was with him. But so when Dr. King came into these private sections, he walked back out because they didn't have no children. So the job is not done today. The organizers in the council should have had children in here, and so they could hear how the community is fighting from, and then they could hear how the politicians is trying to solve the problem. No children, so you fail. I don't want to come back here. I came here because somebody was talking about something was going to happen with something with children being paid. But if I came from Tambourine, you wouldn't be sitting there. Please, that's a simple gesture. That's like if you go to your house and the mom and the daddy and the dog eat, but the children don't get fed. But just think that's simple. I heard an old man in Mississippi, that's not my word, but it's his word. We was going to a place and we didn't come for something, all of us, John, Lewis, Stokely, anybody you could name in that movie, they did not come around me unless they had a child. So you know why? We gonna die early. So who's gonna bring the lesson? Who's gonna bring the lesson? So next time, it should be an obligation, and you should tell the educators that if the children don't learn to fight for themselves, so what they gonna learn? So their voice is greater than my voice, they could hear my stories. But the next time the children have a problem, I'm gonna organize and you won't sit down. Because you cannot violate the children's minds. I know you don't want me to say it, but I just got you talking about Blad's mother before he came up here. We was talking about trying to do something with a band or something or this, that, and the other. But she made the children, this is not my teaching, this is Blad's mother's teaching. She would get the children and educate them to solve their problem, and I honor that. I honor that. And so, council, if you don't solve that in a few days, I'm gonna organize something. I'm telling you. I did not call Robert Kennedy's name because he's special.
he didn't mean nothing to me. But I wouldn't allow him to violate my mother's womb by surrendering to him. I was black and poor, but my mother read to me every night. So the children gotta be made, say, the ones that, whatever it is, they need to be in there and fight for themselves. What the thing happened when we sat in on Canal Street? What the thing happened on the bridges throughout the South when we was going? We always had the children. So don't embarrass me again. You don't want me to confront me with the spirit of my mother. My mother said, Jerome, you're black and poor. You'll never be dumb and dirty. And they're not better than you. My mother's name was Leona Viola DeLuca.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Councilman Jeruso, Councilmember Jeruso, for a comment.
Thank you. This motion is the right thing to do. That's the first thing. And secondly, as Mr. Smith and others have said, we talk about teaching the value of work. I don't want the lesson to be that you can't trust the city. We've spent a lot of time in here talking about economic development, workforce development. We have it, and we're just not paying for it. The other thing I want to make really clear is that just because we're passing this motion today doesn't mean there's a waiver of other legal rights that these kids may have. And finally, I'll say this. We're getting ready to get to budget in September. There's a lot of other things money hasn't been spent on that we've allocated money for. This is priority number one, but we need to make sure that the other things that we've allocated money for, citizens are seeing results for too. Thank you.
Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to give a background on the funding for the youth jobs. As you all may remember, last year, summer 2022, we found out that there were roughly only about 365 jobs. And the budget at that time was around $650,000 for the jobs. And we thought that, having roughly only 365 summer jobs, that was a very low number. So this council with an ordinance that was supported by every single member of this council, in fact, every member of this council also co-authored this ordinance, we substantially increased this budget to $2.4 million so that there could be 1,000 summer jobs. And what we did here, based on information we received from Workforce, is that not only would this provide pay for all the children of jobs paying more than $15 an hour, but it also allowed for there to be increases in staffing for this office to ensure that everyone would get paid and that the applications would be done right and on time. Unfortunately, obviously, that didn't happen, but what I'm also seeing here, and the council, has been getting many more of these particular reports, is that, a lot of people aren't getting paid. And we've had small businesses, minority businesses come before us saying that they're waiting to get paid. Vendors are waiting to get paid. The air conditioning company doesn't even get paid. So, we're here in a city where we have so much money right now, but people who are owed money aren't getting paid. So there is a problem, and the problem, maybe it's in the finance department, maybe it's somewhere else in City Hall, but there is a problem. And what I suggest is that maybe this council needs to move forward with an audit, have outside auditors come in with an audit and find out exactly where the problem lies so that people get paid. If you're doing work for the city of New Orleans, then you should get paid. The reason why people don't want to work for the city of New Orleans is because you don't get paid. You don't get paid on time. So I think that's one piece, but I think another piece too, and I want to thank whoever, I'm sorry I didn't get the name of the online commenter, but that person brought up a really good idea. Ms. Zucker, I'm sorry, Erica Zucker. She talked about penalty wages of the children not getting paid on time and the Louisiana law provision of penalty wages, which means that it's an additional payment that they would receive because they did not get paid on time. And so our executive counsel, our attorney, is sending me that particular state statute to see what we could do to fight for these children who did not get paid on time, so that they could get that additional boost for having to deal with the unfortunate circumstances of having to do without. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Green.
I just want to emphasize, and Mr. Chewy is right. I have been talking about the fact that there were going to be 1,000 jobs for youth this summer. At every meeting that I attend where I saw youth, there are 8 high schools in my district, for example. So I talked about it whenever I was at a meeting. It's disappointing that we have a discussion today about an issue that, as Mr. Baptiste mentioned, is not a new issue. It's an issue that occurred in the past and should have been addressed. We should have a system, certainly, that if you can't get the electronic payment done, that a paper check gets done the next day, if necessary. I mean, I don't understand why there's such a disconnect, and we'll find out more. I don't know if we have to have a formal investigation or we have to bring somebody before us to say what's going on. But I do reemphasize the fact that, as Councilmember Moreno mentioned, the city council asked for more jobs than were actually asked for, or made the funding available for more jobs than were made available by request of the administration. And I just want to emphasize that I am still enthusiastic and excited about the fact that there were 1,000 jobs. And I look forward to having even more jobs next summer. But the fact that we had a problem last year and that we still have the same problem this year needs to be the last that we have this sort of problem. Going into this for next year, our concern must be the youth and also making sure that we as a system work better. So I'm looking forward to working with the council to even identify more opportunities next year, but we got to get this right this year, no matter what it takes. That's all.
Councilman Thomas. Member Thomas.
Harris.
You know we look alike.
No, sorry, go ahead, Councilmember Harris.
No, listen, again, as Councilmember Green said, this is a problem that happened last year that should not have happened again. And it's a failure in system and processes that should be preventable and solvable. And I will say our Inspector General likes to investigate everything. And so maybe the Inspector General should investigate why this happened, as well as an audit of our financial systems. I know Councilmember Giarrusso and the rest of the council and I are interested in the procurement issues that continuously plague the city. Again, I'm here to work together, but there should be an audit or an investigation on why this happened yet again this year.
Councilmember Thomas.
I don't want to belabor this, but I think since we know this is recurring, it's not new, that our budget chairman, if we're going to use the committee, the CEO and the finance department, get together to make sure it doesn't happen again. And just for some historical reference for you guys, get it done before we all lose our seats.
I'm going to close, as we used to joke in the legislature, as right of the author of the measure. I exercise that right to close, and I want to say a couple of things. The first is, Mr. Smith, thank you for coming here today and speaking. You always speak truth to power. You know, as Belden knows, you know my mama and you know my teacher, Miss Sabrina Mays, and she's always taught me to keep it real. So in my comments, I will excuse if my parlance goes a couple of different places. When I think about my time on the council, and I think about when we came on, and I want to begin also by apologizing to Mr. King, because this was an initiative that began with Mr. King and I, Mr. Freddie King and I discussing. The first meeting we had on crime in this council was held by Mr. King, and it was about children. And we had children on that Zoom call talking about what they needed to feel like they were part of the solution. And he and I had this conversation about the kids and about what was going on and about something needed to happen. And it was a staffing error on my part. He was not the initial co-author on it. Bureaucracy is not an excuse. And what has been the council taking action here today was done with some regret because we waited for so long for the administration to just pay the kids. all we kept hearing was, well, we're gonna pay the kids. And it got to a point where you get that moment where you realize that they're not gonna pay these kids. And the council, when I made that comment earlier, I can't tell you no, Mr. Smith, whenever you say that.
Some of the problems we have, let's say the children being treated education, it would have never happened if the mama was the child was bad.
You're right. You're 100% right.
I'm not making this as a joke before I.
No, you're not.
I sometimes think children from the Christian center. People lying, her kids are out trying to get her to come and solve this problem. Understand? And I realized that it was not a technical one. It was a spiritual one. Because we wanted that line to be free. With those children. And I remember listening now, I remember the council Martin sitting for me all the week. This thing I value for that moment was for me. When I was like to the mom, but not to the children. When I was standing there, I thought about it, but sometime later when we don't notice the detail of something crazy. And I was telling him about the fact that I seen in this teacher, and I didn't know she was the principal in. So that's how we gotta bring some of that. I remember that moment. I remember 740, it was the main and all the three black lights. I remember his mother putting that emphasis on that line. Of being the educator for those children. And some woman down here, the council will remember what I'm saying. So those lessons in here will be lost. It will be lost. So in certain moments, children need to see the adult fighting for them. Like she made me stand back, wait till she started her children. And that's been several years. And I in all those all kinds of situations. I mentioned that you want to be told at this moment, so you got to be as tough as she was and on point.
Well, I'm as tough.
I never forgot it.
I'm as tough as my mom and as stubborn as my father. So I'll just end with that, but to finish, bureaucracy is not an excuse, and these children being unpaid is a broken promise from the city. And we as a council cannot stand by and abide broken promises. But more importantly, to Ms. McKnight's point, this whole idea of how we give money to kids for work and how we give money for kids to participate in NORD is about teaching them financial responsibility. That's what it's supposed to be about. And what lesson is taught to children when the government can make them work and not pay them? When the government is financially irresponsible? When in this city of New Orleans, if you don't pay your bills, they will take your house. They will take your house. If you don't pay your bills, they will take your house. But if you're a kid and you work and we don't pay you, they're gonna send you to the judgment list. This is not the message we need to send the children. Well, and then
But if you don't send that message, children are going to
you 100% right. And Mr. Parker, when your comments about DBE, how as a city, as a democratic city, as a majority minority city, how in the you filled in the blank can we continue as a city to allow hundreds, if not thousands of DBE waivers and give lip service to inclusion and participation, but as a city have a policy that allows everybody to get out of it? That is the epitome of lip service and talking out both sides of your mouth. This is an obligation of the city. The council is part of the city. This is the council making the mandate that these kids get paid. I appreciate Councilmember Moreno's particular point of even looking at penalty wages, but this is not new. This has been a city that since COVID is flush with cash, but won't pay its bills. There are small businesses that are dying on the vine because they came to do work and we stiffed them. So as the eighth council member, Mr. Burnside said, the council has tried to operate within the traditional norms of passing budgets, of having faith the administration will spend the money appropriately. But maybe it is time as a council to say, you get just what you need to get by, and we're gonna hold the rest back till you show us receipts. And Ms. McKnight, to your point, we're gonna talk about in that issue, that's the law department issue. We're gonna make sure the law department has the money to pay its bills, but the law department shouldn't be paying outside counsel on all these rates and all these fees for frivolous lawsuits and not pay their bills. So with that, I will move that we adopt the motion. Can I get a second? Seconded by Council Vice President Moreno. Please vote your machines. That's 7 yeas, no nays. The motion is adopted. Madam Clerk, we have Ms. Connick here for the 1 p.m. matter that has been put off, so let's take her really quickly.
We're on page 46. Ordinance calendar number 34,313 by council members Moreno, and Jeruso by request. An ordinance to approve subleases or other agreements by public benefit corporations of the city of New Orleans for the use of immovable property where the total rent and other consideration payable under such agreements is $1 million or less, where the term of such agreements, including all renewal terms and amendments, is less than 1 year, including without limitation month-to-month leasing arrangements, and where such agreements are otherwise compliant with applicable law without the necessity of further council approval for each such agreement, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
I'll just do this real briefly, and Cindy's here to answer any questions you might have. This deals with the New Orleans Building Corporation frequently signs leases for property for the benefit of the city to do things like movie productions and the like. And we're just trying to make sure they have the flexibility and timing to do that as quickly as possible when it arises. We've met with the building corporation, my office as well as others, and we are very comfortable with this language to make sure that we can continue to maximize resources for the city. Are there any questions from the council? Hearing none, I will move adoption of the, adoption of the ordinance. Can I get it? So second by Councilman Druso, please vote your machines. We need one more. Councilman Moreno, could you turn around and put your thumb up in there? Thank you. 5 yeas, no nays. The ordinance is adopted.
Thank you. Council member, we're going back to the regular order on page 35. We have a legislative grouping, zoning docket 5023, SMS Development LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit a parking lot principal use in a HUMU Historic Urban Neighborhood Mixed Use District located on Square 291, Lot A in the 4th Municipal District, bounded by Aretha Castle Haley Boulevard, Daniel Street, Josephine Street, and St. Andrew Street. Municipal addresses 2011 through 2013, Aretha Castle Haley Boulevard. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for denial. We have motion M23-381 by Councilmember Harris, denying the applicant's conditional use request on zoning docket 5023.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is a companion to item number 6, zoning docket 4923. Stephen, can you quickly just run through the CPC report?
Yes, similar to the previous item, in general, parking lots in historic neighborhoods are not appropriate use of vacant land. This in particular is
You need another.
unsuitable for use due to its small size, which doesn't allow adequate traffic circulation, and for that reason, the planning commission recommends denial.
Well, we don't have a quorum, so we can't vote on this, so. Yeah. What? Go ahead.
I just want to make sure I understand one thing CPC said about parking lots in general. Is it just in historic corridors, tight corridors? Is there any?
So, I mean, the general logic here is that these are both in mostly residential contexts. You know, parking lots certainly have a need in our city, but you know, your average vacant residential lot shouldn't be redeveloped as a principal use parking lot for, you know, aesthetic purposes, stormwater purposes, the like.
Yeah, I agree, but that's not what CPC said in the Double Sedorm report. So I'm just trying to get some consistency between the two. So thank you, Mr. Kroll. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay, do we have a quorum? All right, I've moved, Councilmember Jeruso has seconded. All in favor? All right, thank you. Motion passes.
On top of page 36. We have a legislative grouping, zoning docket 5123, Blair Boutte and Elam Equity Investments LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit a bed and breakfast principal in an HMR2 historic Marigny Treme Bywater Residential District located on Square 157, Lot D or 1 and E in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by Esplanade Avenue, Bourbon Street, Dauphine Street, and Parker Street. Municipal addresses 807 Esplanade Avenue and 1404 through 1414 Bourbon Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 3 provisos. We have motion M23-390 by Councilmember King, approving and granting the applicant's conditional use request on zoning docket 5123, subject to 3 provisos included in the City Planning Commission staff report.
Thank you, council member. This is a application to use a 3-story Italianate structure on the corner of Esplanade and Bourbon, right outside of the quarter, as a bed and breakfast containing 9 guest units. Similar to short-term rentals, bed and breakfasts are limited to 1 per square, so this would be the one for the square. We had comments in support by the Faubourg Marigny Improvement Association, also comments in opposition from some neighbors. In totality, the Planning Commission found that this property, due to its age, its location, is well suited to the use and recommends approval.
Thank you. Not only did CPC approve, the Faubourg Marigny Neighborhood Association also gave its support. We do have a card in support from Ms. Bell. At this time, I make a motion to adopt. I have a second, probably second by Councilmember Harris. Vote your machines. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion is adopted.
Council members, we're now going to go to the bottom of page 61. We have motion M23-393 by Councilmember King, Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Morrell, directing the City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to make recommendations regarding an ordinance to impose a temporary prohibition against the effectiveness and enforcement of sections 21.8.C.1611 I2, 21.8.C.1611 II2, and 21.8.C.1615 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance number 4264 MCS as amended by ordinance number 26,413 MCS and subsequent amendments to the limited extent that these zoning provisions prohibit any parklet that I commence operation on or after October 2020 as a result of the pilot parking program, and I remain in operation as of August 12th, 2022. The ordinance recommended herein shall constitute and other temporary prohibition on zoning and other similar functions within the ambit of section 3-126 of the city charter. Beyond temporary prohibition against enforcement, the institution of this temporary prohibition shall not give rise to any vested rights, nor create any legal non-conforming use, nor shall it permit the operation or establishment of a parklet that did not commence operation on or after October 2020 as a result of the pilot parklet program, and I remain in operation as of August 2022.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilmember Harris.
I need to recuse myself from this vote. My husband has a parklet.
Thank you. At this time, we got three comment cards. Mr. Wilson, Ms. Foster, Mr. Pace, come in that order.
Good afternoon, everyone. Andrew Wilson with 533 Toulouse. The parklet program's been a huge component of my business and is for success and growth. And I'm really appreciative of the council bringing this forward. And I call now, VC Pora and residents to hopefully give us some sort of direction in how we can coexist and continue to grow in the French Quarter. But again, I thank Councilmember King for helping us and bringing this forward. So,
thank you. Ms. Foster, Mr. Pace.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just to let you know, I get really nervous when I talk in front of people, so just excuse me for a little bit. So I know that there was a survey that was done at the last meeting that we were at, and it said that it was 75% that did not want parklets in the French Quarter. Well, I did a independent survey, and I did everyone on my street at 533 Toulouse, the whole block and the next block. And every single resident and business signed it and said that they had no problems with it whatsoever, none. And where we're located at, it is actually in the commercial part of the French Quarter. I am a resident in that block. Me personally, am a resident. Every single morning that I wake up and I clean the streets in my block, I have homeless people and drug dealers sitting on the stoop of that blighted building that has been there for 9 years, the old Ralph and Cacoo's building. I'm constantly running people off. If we don't have outdoor presence, it's gonna be there as well. I love this city. I'm not originally from here. I've been here for about 10 years now, but I love this city, love it. And I will never go anywhere else. I'm gonna continue to go around and knock on everyone's doors in the French Quarter, and I'm gonna see if I can get more support for this. This is our livelihood. If our business fails, we fail. Everything that we have is in this business, everything. I'm gonna have to get rid of employees. I'm gonna have to at least let go of 3 employees. Like I said, this is our livelihood, and I would just really appreciate it if we would all work together and try to figure out a way that we can make this work. Because there is only 4 in the French Quarter. That's it, 4. And so let's be fair. Everyone else is getting to keep theirs. Why can't we keep ours? We'll do whatever we have to do to make everybody to be happy of the way that it looks outside. We don't have a problem with that at all. Don't have a problem with it, and we're willing to do whatever we can do. Okay, thank y'all.
Thank you, Ms. Foster. And while Mr. Pace is coming up, I just want to touch on something you said, Ms. Foster, that we did have a meeting at Cafe Istanbul where those respondents that took the survey, 75% of those in the French Quarter were not in favor of the parklets, but I do want to acknowledge that your block, the residents and business owners of that block are in favor. So hopefully that's something that you, Mr. Wilson, and Mr. Pace can have a conversation with VC Poor and other stakeholders in the French Quarter so you come to some sort of resolution. Pace.
Now, Mr. King, and other council members, really appreciate that this motion has been brought in. Our parklet, we're one of 4 parklets in the French Quarter. Every parklet is distinctive, but ours is very unique. We're on a commercial thoroughfare corridor. We have hardly any neighbors. Across the street from us is a parking lot. As my associate has said, we have polled what few neighbors that do live there. They're all in agreement that we're fine, that we're a good neighbor. We have done, my associate we've undertaken beautification, we've planted plants and everything. We're here to make this go. Our little parklet is a respite for conventioneers, tourists, and most of all residents. They have a feeling of security, and in the interest of public health, they're outside. We've never had a disturbance. And most of all, we want to keep in consideration the economics of it all. Without the parklet, we would have to reduce our workforce. Without the parklet, the city would lose valuable tax revenue. We need to keep that all in mind. We're all here in the spirit of cooperation, conciliation, understanding, and providing, just to do the right thing. We are not a parklet like the rest. It's very unique. And it's all about, we need to keep this going. Since we had the opportunity of having a parklet, we've been able to, our little group has been able to expand and take in other ventures. We've been able to hire more employees, as I pointed out earlier. And once again, I just want to thank you for moving us along. And our Councilman King, he's done an excellent job in having everybody express themselves, make everybody, have everybody talk and come to the table. And we want to continue that and do what we have to do to make our parklet exactly the way to improve the aesthetics, whatever it takes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pace. Any online comments? All right, I'll read a quick statement. We intend on introducing a motion directing the CPC to consider amendments to certain provisions of the CZO related to parklets at an upcoming meeting. This instrument is a moratorium on the enforcement of certain provisions of this CZO that would cause a number of existing parklets to be shut down. Specifically, the moratorium will prevent enforcement of the CZO sections limiting parklets to locations where both sides of the street from corner to corner are zoned non-residential, as well as a section prohibiting parklets in the French Quarter. It's important to note that this moratorium does not allow for new parklets permits to be issued in the area I just outlined. This only serves to spare existing parklets that are permitted under the city's parklet pilot program in affected areas to continue operating until our forthcoming amendments have been considered by the CPC and adopted by this body.
I would also like to reassure the French Quarter constituency that I do not intend to direct the CPC to consider lifting the prohibition on parklets in the French Quarter. I've included this provision in the moratorium on to afford the handful of remaining parklets in the Vieux Carré a bit more of an off-ramp to wind down their operations. This moratorium will be in effect for 6 months or until the applicable CZO amendments have been codified, whichever comes first. I'd like to thank our executive counsel, Mr. Adam Swinzik, for his diligent work on this, as well as our research officer, Ms. Anita Curran, for her review. With this, I move for adoption. Seconded by Councilmember Morrell. Oh, 4 yeas, one recusal. Okay, thank you. The motion is adopted.
At the top of the page, we have resolution R 23-387 by council members Moreno and Morrell. A resolution calling for the immediate suspension of utility disconnections due to declared weather emergencies.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We heard Entergy Corporation say that Entergy New Orleans and Entergy Louisiana will suspend disconnections through the gubernatorial emergency weather declaration, which takes us through September 9th. What our resolution says is we'd like this in New Orleans extended through the mayoral declaration as well, which takes us through October 1st. Clearly, we're going to have really hot weather through the remainder part of September. And at the same time, though, I just think it makes common sense to not shut off people's water or people's electricity if you're dealing with some type of severe weather declaration, whether it's heat related or whether it's cold related. And actually, if you take a look at different policies from different cities and laws enacted in different cities and states, they have these types of policies already in place, which means that right here in New Orleans, my staff is prepared to work on some regulatory matters, at least when it comes to Entergy New Orleans, to make sure that moving forward, we don't have to have kind of this back and forth with the company. They'll just know that during emergency declarations, weather-related emergency declarations, they won't shut off people's electricity. That's what this does. Any public comment? Yes? Oh, whoops, I didn't know I had cards. Hang on. Bob Morrell, followed by Aaron Juneau.
Good afternoon, Bob Morrell, 6334 Canal Boulevard. I'm not a paid representative, but I am a member of the Make Entergy Pay campaign as part of the Democratic Socialists of America New Orleans chapter. I appreciate the efforts to suspend any residential disconnections. Obviously, we understand the moral dilemma of having people afforded power and water during times of extreme weather events, and I appreciate that. I would like to offer a suggestion to extend this indefinitely. Obviously, we know that weather is unpredictable, and we don't know after October 1st if these continued severe weather events will occur, which is why it's imperative that we continue to not have people in arrears suffer these economic hardships, turning into violence, quite honestly. Entergy is going to be pushing $170 million back into ratepayers to pay for the cost of IDA repairs. This is going to continue to exacerbate the problem as we have more and more frequent damaging events like hurricanes, while they neglect their infrastructure that easily collapses under said events. So I implore you to please extend this moratorium beyond declarations that can come and go based upon who is in office, but to rather suspend this practice indefinitely. It is cruel, it's lethal, and we understand that it punishes only the poor in the city, which is ever growing. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron Juneau? All right, I don't see him. You can go to the online comments.
First comment is from Tiffany French. She says, I support suspension of utility disconnections during declared weather emergencies. Electricity is a necessity and should be considered a right in heat like this. Entergy makes plenty of money and shouldn't be killing people trying to make a little more. Aaron Dunsay says, I strongly support the resolution calling for the immediate suspension of utility disconnections during declared weather emergencies. No one should have to worry about losing essential services like electricity during times of crisis. This moratorium should be indefinite. A permanent moratorium on residential shutoffs is essential to protecting vulnerable residents in our city. I stand behind the resolution and urge the council to take action for our people. Next comment is from Benjamin Hoffman, who says, I applaud Councilmember Moreno and Morel for bringing this forward. A permanent moratorium on residential shutoffs is a practical and moral necessity for the residents of the city. I stand behind the resolution and urge the council to take action for our people. Disconnections are an act of violence by a powerful company that rakes in obscene profits for its executives and shareholders. This weapon must be taken from them, and we've seen that they are willing and eager to use it on the vulnerable. And residential shutoffs in this case, and residential shutoffs in all cases, power to the people. Rose Murray says, I strongly support the resolution calling for the immediate suspension of utility disconnections during declared weather emergencies. No one should have to worry about losing essential services like electricity during times of crisis. This moratorium should be indefinite. Natalie Juneau says it's imperative that Entergy be continually held accountable for necessary maintenance and updates to the grid of New Orleans, which it so handsomely profits from at the expense of its residents. Deadly heat waves require electricity and air conditioning as a means of survival, and this summer is not like other summers. Allowing Entergy to continue extracting record profits from the environmental degradation we experience as citizens, while potentially harming the most vulnerable residents, the elderly, infirm, and indigent, is a morally repugnant act that borders on criminality. Adam Samolsky says a permanent moratorium on residential shutoffs is essential to protecting vulnerable residents in our city. I stand behind the resolution and urge the council to take action for our people. People who can't afford an electricity bill don't deserve to die when the weather gets hot. Isabel Manley says, I strongly support the resolution calling for the immediate suspension of utility disconnections during declared weather emergencies. Disconnections during a heat wave could cause severe life-threatening harm to residents. Elizabeth Soychek, representing the Climate Realty Project Greater New Orleans chapter, says, Dear council members, thank you for introducing and considering this much needed resolution to suspend utility shutoffs during declared weather emergencies. Climate Realty Project, NOLA, and 350 New Orleans are fighting global warming in large part because of the hazards it poses to our most vulnerable friends and neighbors. It isn't right to leave people without air conditioning or even ceiling fans in the extreme heat, or as remote as it may feel this week, the ability to turn on the heat and prepare hot meals when freezing winter temperatures hit. Another point to consider that coincidentally arrived in my inbox today is this week's announcement that Entergy will be a founding partner for Super Bowl host committee and is donating $2 million to the cause. I kindly urge you to vote yes to stop shutoffs and ask for the moratorium be indefinite. Thank you. Carson Cruz from Loyola University New Orleans Young Democratic Socialists of America says Loyola University New Orleans YDSA supports the resolution of a ban on power shutoffs during weather emergencies and calls on the council to pass them. Thank you for the council's consideration. And the last online comment is from Marion Kenny Freistadt. She says, I strongly support the resolution calling for the immediate suspension of utility disconnections during declared weather emergencies. No one should have to worry about losing essential services like electricity during times of crisis. This moratorium should be indefinite, and that's it for the online comments.
Thank you. Believe we have a quorum in the room. If I can get everybody back up here, over here. Yep, we have 5. All right. This is what happens when Big Duck comes to council. Everybody wants to hang out with you and not do their job. All right. You know what? I would welcome additional technology, but we can't have the technology we have right now, Mr. Burnside. All right, I'll move. I agree. I'll move second by Councilman Druso. Please vote your machines. Mr. Green has indicated a yes with the razor of his thumb. So that gives us 5 yeas, no nays.
You have six.
Six, so I have six. All right, six. Thank you.
Now going back to the regular order, which is on page 37, the legislative grouping, zoning docket 5223 and motion M23-382 has been deferred to September 7th. On page 38, zoning docket 5323, Michael Henderson requesting a conditional use to permit a principal bed and breakfast in an HMR1 historic Marigny Treme Bywater Residential District located on square 174 through 175, lots A and B in the second municipal district, bounded by North Robinson Street, Esplanade Avenue, Governor Nichols Street, and North Fillory Street. Municipal addresses 1238 through 1240 North Robinson Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 3 provisos. We have motion M23-391 by Councilmember King, approving and granting the applicant's conditional use request on zoning docket 5323, subject to 3 provisos, included the City Planning Commission staff report.
Thank you. CPC, the floor is yours.
Yes, this is similar to the other one, a proposal to have a licensed bed and breakfast in this part of Tremaine near Esplanade. Similar to as before, this would take up the 1 per square limitation. There was no opposition expressed to the Planning Commission, so the Planning Commission recommends approval with standard provisos.
All right, thank you. This project has received a unanimous recommendation of approval from CPC and has not received any opposition from immediate neighbors. I'm sorry, Mr. Neely, do you have any online comment? No, any comments from the council? Make a motion to adopt. Second by Councilman Harris. We have 5 yeas. Councilman Green's raising his thumb. 5 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
We're on top of page 39. We have a legislative grouping, zoning docket 5423, 2537 Tulane Properties LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit the retail sale of packaged alcoholic beverages in an MU1 medium intensity mixed use district located on square 577, lots 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, A, 7-A, 8B, 9, 10, 11, 14, 15, 16, 17, portion of 18, D, E, F, G, 36, 26, 27, 28, and part 25 in the first municipal district, bounded by Tulane Avenue, South Durgeon Street, South Russia Blade Street, and Bank Street. Municipal addresses 2501 through 2537 Tulane Avenue and 2500 through 2520 Bank Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 3 provisos. We have motion M23-383 by Councilmember Harris, approving and granting the applicant's conditional use request on zoning docket number 5423, subject to 3 provisos set forth by the City Planning Commission.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This motion would approve the CPC recommendation to approve the sale of packaged alcohol with an additional proviso that allows alcohol sales only with a grocery store as a primary use. Stephen, will you brief us on the CPC report?
Sure. So this is an application for packaged alcohol sales at a small format specialty retailer. Usually grocery stores can have alcohol by right. Due to the small size of this store, it does require conditional use approval. This is to be located on Tulane Avenue near the hospitals and will certainly be transformative to that portion of the Tulane corridor. You mentioned the additional restriction that the Planning Commission imposed. I will say that the only comments in opposition were really related to the design of the store itself, not the alcohol component, which is what is before you. And so the Planning Commission does recommend approval.
Thank you. This is for the specialty grocery store coming in on Tulane Avenue, which is a food desert, to say the least. And again, as Stephen points out, this is only related to the sales of alcohol at that specialty grocery store and not anything having to do with the design. I have 2 comment cards, Ms. Howe, followed by Mr. Granderson.
Hi, thank you. My name is Mary Howell. My law office is at 316 South Durgeois Street, which is half a block from this development. And I've been there over 40 years, and we've been having a lot of discussion about this in the neighborhood. And I want to thank Councilmember Harris and members of her staff for including us and for coming to the neighborhood and letting us have a real discussion with the developers and by the near neighbors, which was important. This is a sensitive neighborhood. We lost many of our neighbors after Katrina to expropriation to build the hospitals. The neighborhood has been rebounding since Katrina. We have new development, new housing. We have a lot of residences that have now been rehabbed, and we also have a lot of new people coming in the neighborhood. But so we have people who care about this neighborhood, and when we did the biodistrict territorial description change for the state law, because we knew that this lot was there for commercial development, appropriate development, and was carved out specifically because we were protecting the residences. So and talking to a lot of people in the neighborhood, the people welcome appropriate development in this neighborhood in a way that respects the neighborhood and then benefits it and also respects our history. And there are a lot of issues about design and a lot of other issues we have about parking, et cetera. We're in contact and talking about now. One of the problems we have, I understand this one, the first time this has happened, we have a bifurcated proceeding here. So we can't have it as a unified conversation. So that's been a little awkward for the neighbors to be able to participate and to do both things at once. But those issues are still there. We still have those concerns. On the alcoholic part of this, here's some issues that people have raised, and they wanted to just bring them to your all's attention. I'm speaking only for information only, so you all are aware of them. One of the questions that several people have raised is with the provisos. People were concerned, a number of people, about packaged liquor store ending up there eventually in history. And are concerned, so we appreciate the provisos that are there, but one question was raised, and I don't have an answer for it. But the question is whether there should be a percentage on there for square footage for anything that goes in there, that the alcohol would be limited to a certain percentage of the square footage, and that isn't spelled out as a percentage. The second thing is that, and I don't know if you're setting a precedent here, but this has been raised by a couple of people. The Crescent City Kids School is in this neighborhood. It's within 300 feet of this place, and it's called a Crescent City Kids Learning Academy. It's an early childhood development center, but apparently the CPC has determined that it's not considered to be a school. And we don't know, apparently prior administrations said that they would have considered it to be a school. And now it's been said that it's not a school. Just want to flag that and bring that to y'all's attention in case this comes up, because they do feature early childhood development, and they also have curriculums, learning, et cetera. It's not just daycare. So those are 2 of the concerns I think people have written in with some of those. Just wanted to flag them for y'all. Again, the design issues are separate, and we do want to take those up because there are concerns about traffic, about drainage, about design, walkability, pedestrians, et cetera, but come at that at a later time.
Thank you, Ms. Howell. I appreciate that. And to be clear, it is categorized as a daycare rather than a school. And the third proviso ensures that the sale of alcohol can only be tied to the grocery use, but where the store is under 20,000 square feet. I hope that clarifies. If not, I'll have my staff member come talk to you.
Yeah, and maybe y'all could just look at that legally in terms of whether that is protective enough in terms of percentage of the square footage. If somebody came in later and said, we want to do 75% of this place is going to be alcohol and the rest will be fresh produce, et cetera. So that was a question that people did raise. And can I take just a moment of personal privilege? I was here for the conversation like Mr. Smith. I didn't come for this, for the other conversation about the kids not being paid. This is really profoundly upsetting to this entire community that these kids are not being paid. And I want to draw y'all's attention to Louisiana Revised Statute 23-631, 632, in addition to their entitlement to their wages, which is outrageous that they haven't been paid. They're also entitled to penalties and attorney's fees and costs. So these kids really do need to be protected, and I'm hoping you all are going to be able to help that.
Yeah, in my former career as an employment attorney, I know that provision well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Hal. Miles, do you have any comment?
Miles Granderson, 800 Barone. I'm not going to take much time. I think you covered
the answers to design matters would get picked up in the BZA stage of this. And as well, the third proviso was added at CPC specifically to address just making sure belt and suspenders that this has to be attached to a grocery store. Thank you.
Thank you, Miles. Any online comment?
There's one
Okay.
from Michelle Schlafly, who says, while this issue has already passed through the city planning commission process, those representing this new grocery are purposefully disregarding the Crescent Kids Learning Academy as simply a daycare and is not subject to the rule regarding alcohol sales within 300 feet of a school. According to the One Stop Records, Crescent Kids Learning Academy has classrooms, learning and education using technology. It's more of a preschool than a babysitter, and thus the alcohol sales within the specified distance should be enforced.
Thank you. And my attentive staff just reminded me to ask you, Stephen, about a percentage grocery store versus liquor and anything that's in the code concerning that.
Yeah, so the requirement that it be a grocery store means necessarily that it's gonna have to have things like a butcher, you know, fresh produce, the like. And so there's nothing in the code that says alcohol, you know, has to be no more than, you know, 15% or 20% of the floor area. But you're not going to be able to be a bona fide grocery store if alcohol is, you know, more than sort of a complementary amount of the square footage.
Great, thank you. I've moved. Can I get a second? Seconded by Councilmember King. Thank you. 5 yeas. Thank you so much.
Madam Clerk, before we move, I just want to acknowledge we had a card for motion number 23-391. It was in support by Mr. Ryan LaSalle. Thank you.
We're now on the top of page 40. We have a legislative grouping, zoning docket 5823, Masia LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit a bar in a C2 auto-oriented commercial district in a SC suburban corridor use restriction overlay district located on square 3B, lot 2, Garden Oaks in the 5th municipal district bounded by General de Gaulle Drive, Bender Boulevard, Sain Street, and Texas Drive. Municipal address 3733 General de Gaulle Drive. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 4 provisos. We have motion M23-392 by Councilmember King, approving and granting the applicant's conditional use request on zoning docket 5823, subject to 4 provisos included in the City Planning Commission staff report.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. CPC, the floor is yours.
Thank you, council member. This is an application to allow a bar to locate within a strip style shopping center on General de Gaulle. This is actually in a heavy commercial district that normally allows bars by right, such that they wouldn't need council approval. However, there is an overlay along General de Gaulle that does require council approval, where otherwise not required. This is a small bar within a large shopping center. There were a number of comments made in support, none in opposition. So given that and given consistency with the regulations in this zoning ordinance, the Planning Commission recommends approval.
Think of the motion to adopt. Second by Councilmember Harris. One more vote, Councilman Green. Thank you. On 5 yeas, no nays, the motion approves. Adopted. Thank you.
At the bottom of page 41, ordinance calendar number 34,187 by Councilmember King has been continued indefinitely. According to Rule 34, this matter is being continued indefinitely, and pursuant to Rule 34, it will not appear on any further agendas unless requested by the sponsoring council member. We're now on page 42, all matters. The legislative grouping, ordinance calendar number 34,188, Ordinance calendar number 34,332 has been deferred to 9/7. At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number 34,198 has been deferred to 9/7. On top of page 43, ordinance calendar number 34,265 has been withdrawn. Ordinance calendar number 34,277 has been deferred to 9/7. On top of page 44, ordinance calendar number 34,305 has been deferred to 9/7. Legislative group in all matters, ordinance calendar number 34,308 and the amendment to ordinance calendar number 34,308 has been deferred to 9/7. At the bottom of page 46, ordinance calendar number 34,914 has been deferred to 9/7. On top of page 47, ordinance calendar number 34,315 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. An ordinance to authorize the city of New Orleans to enter into a lease agreement with KCT Tulane LLC for the 4 parcels of ground in the first municipal district in the city of New Orleans, bounded by Tulane Avenue and Interstate 10 across from 4201 Tulane Avenue, to fix the annual rent in terms of said lease, to declare that such property to be leased is not needed for public purposes during the lease term, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Durio, we have a card from you. I've moved for approval. Thank you. Seconded by Council President Moreau.
Good afternoon. I just want to thank all of you, and in particular, Councilman Jeruso and his staff, the Property Department, the City Attorney's Office, the CPC Design Review, and all the participants in the encroachment work group for assisting with this and moving it forward. My client, KCT Tulane, is seeking a lease of a strip of property that's adjacent to property it owns at 4201 Tulane. The strip of property is partially under and partially outside of the Tulane on-ramp. My clients, Tony and Catherine Gelderman, acquired the property. It was the old Lighting Inc. building. In 2020, it was locked up as a hazard, and had an encampment inside of it. They have renovated and rehabbed it. They've restored the exterior to the original design, historically by Reiki Cabinet Works. You can see it as you go west on the I-10. They're seeking the land alongside of it, which is currently loaded with debris, some old fencing, needles, et cetera, to clean it up, landscape it, and light it, and use that area as parking as it's not otherwise buildable. The parking will enable them to get a long-term permanent tenant that will help impact and develop that neighborhood. The landscaping and lighting alone will help make the area safer for all of the neighbors. And I thank you again, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Dario. Do we don't have any online comments, Ms. Curran? All right, I've moved for approval, seconded by Councilmember Morel. All right, how about seeing no, there we go. 5 yeas, no nays. Do we need Councilmember Morel because he's seconded? All right, hang on. We need JP, yeah. That's 6. We have an affirmative. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Dario.
We're now on top of page 48. Ordinance calendar number 34,319 has been withdrawn. Ordinance calendar number 34,321 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate State Act 170 funds awarded to the Office of the Mayor for initiatives to support strategic economic development plans and beautification projects in various communities, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. The fiscal note was received.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item was taken up at the Budget Committee, but I know the at-larges had questions of the administration before we voted on them. Have those issues been resolved, or do we need somebody here?
No, actually, I appreciate that. We actually received an entire list of the different projects. It's a variety of different, monies, really small amounts, $50,000 here, a little bit more there to like the Office of Criminal Justice, Administrator and several others, as part of this list. So I appreciated, that information being provided.
Okay. All right, well, with that, I will move for approval. Seconded by Councilmember Moreno. Five yeas, no nays.
On top of page 49, ordinance calendar number 34,322, council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate State Act 170 funds awarded to the office of the mayor for initiatives to support strategic economic development plans and beautification projects in various communities and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. A fiscal note was received.
Thank you. This is a companion ordinance. I've moved for approval.
Councilmember Druso, can I just read through the list? Because I think that just for, the public's purposes, just so they know where the money's going as well.
Absolutely.
Okay, sounds good. This is a list that I received. $100,000 to Sankofa CDC for the Lower Ninth Ward Main Street Program. $150,000 to the Office of Cultural Economy for second light costs such as security and permitting. $100,000 to the Office of Criminal Justice Coordinator for their group violence reduction strategy. $100,000 to the Office of Youth and Families to Gracefully Mindfulness Wellness Institute to provide supportive services for vulnerable and at-risk youth. $50,000 to the Institute of Women and Ethnic Studies for Black mental health. $50,000 to the Office of Economic Development for Inflation Reduction Act activities. $50,000 to the Foundation for Louisiana for IRA activities. $50,000 to Delgado and $50,000 to the University of New Orleans Research and Technology Foundation. That is the money that is coming from our New Orleans legislators in Baton Rouge to the city of New Orleans, $700,000.
Thank you, Madam Vice President.
And can I briefly add, I'd like to extend a special thank you to Senator Jimmy Harris, who was instrumental in securing those funds and making sure that we have access to those state resources.
Thank you all. All right, I've moved.
I'm sorry, can I fill out a form for that? I need to fill out a form for that.
Yeah, Ms. Moore, just fill in a card when you're done.
Okay, we're talking about 34,322, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I did not hear, and oftentimes I just don't hear.
There's 22 and 21.
Yeah, 21 and 22, right?
Right.
22. This
We're
is
on 22
22.
now.
We did 21 already. This is 22.
Because I keep seeing how we're suffering so in the community. And I watch these meetings from home and it's like, nobody is there to say, well, what are the checks and balances for this? This money is being designated to these areas, but what are we using to measure the success? And we cannot continue to do things the same way that we've always done them because we are continuing to suffer in this community. And this to me looks like one of those good old boy things that just always happens and none of the money is funneled to the actual people that it's supposed to be helping. And so what are the checks and balances? When do they come back to say, well, look, I get it that the paperwork has been completed to say what the projection is and what they propose it to do. But on my end, I never see those things come to fruition. So the council has to be the one, just like you all are passing the commitment to make this happen. You also have to be the ones to come back and give to the community what the actuality of it all.
Yep, how the state money was used.
Yes, I want some feedback to say, look, this is what happened. And then because it happens and then it just goes away up in smoke and we never hear of it again. And yeah, that's great of legislator Jimmy Harris. to do his job and make sure that state funds are coming back here to the community to help those that are disadvantaged and in need of services. But if more kids continue to see their parents, seeing all of they come home and find their parents have been evicted and all of their stuff all over the ground, and that goes on in silence, this means nothing. We want to be able to follow up with it and make sure that it is what it say it is and what the timelines are to make these things happen.
Thank
Hey,
you, ma'am.
Hey, Ms. Ford, one other thing. So while we're thinking about for budget this year, getting ready for 2024. One
Yeah,
of the things we're gonna ask the departments to do is remember in 2022, all those things you told us you're gonna.
I
do?
know. I can't wait for it,
All right.
Councilman. And I love the work that you're doing on that committee because the community is watching you. And we are very satisfied with your position to lead that committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Mr. Burnside, you coming forward? No, on this? All right. All right, I think I moved and it was seconded. Yes, by Councilmember Moreno. Waiting on one more vote. 5 yeas, no nays. Thank you, everybody.
We're now on top of page 50. Where's Councilmember King? We have ordinance calendar number 34,335 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the Ashna Clinic Foundation for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of improving care to sick and injured persons in New Orleans while providing access to a medical and clinical education program for Ashna medical residents as more fully detailed in the CEA form attached here to as Exhibit A and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I make a motion to adopt. Second by Councilmember Moreno. 6 yeas, motion's adopted.
We're now on page 53. Ordinance calendar number 34,347 has been deferred to September 21st and referred to the Economic Development Committee. On page 54, all matters, the legislative grouping, ordinance calendar number 34,348 has been deferred to 9/7 and referred to the Governmental Affairs Committee. Motion M23-375 has been deferred to September the 7th and referred to the Governmental Affairs Committee. We have on page 55, ordinance calendar number 34,349 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate funds to the Office of Community Development for the Hometown Revitalization and Resilient Communities Program, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. The fiscal note was received.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This was other matter taken up at Budget Committee for which I believe Councilmember Morel wanted more information this time. Councilmember Morel, are you satisfied with what's been provided, or do you want to defer these matters pending explanation?
Akin to what Councilmember Moreno did, I'd like to read what they gave us. I would prefer if there was someone to speak on it, but I can simply read the breakdown. The larger breakdown is.
Here you go.
Okay, well then I'd rather you tell me than me read. I hear myself talk all the time. It gets boring. Thank y'all for being here today.
No problem.
All right, much easier that way.
Yeah, I'll start it off. Good afternoon. My name is Portia Allen. I'm with the Office of Community Development. We are the grant administrators for this program. The state of Louisiana received Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Funds for hurricanes from the years 2020 and storms from the years 2021. And in that allocation, they decided to create a Restore Louisiana program. From that Restore Louisiana program, New Orleans was awarded 2 pots of funding, which is $7 million for the Hometown Revitalization Program. That one is an economic development program, and $4.7 million for the Resilient Communities Infrastructure Program. And that one is, as it stated, an infrastructure program. The infrastructure program is designed to make New Orleans better. So I did give you a list of the eligible activities that could take place under that. And we don't only want to, do like a drainage program where we do drainage point repairs. They want us to go and do mitigation and to do some type of building material where it would actually not just be asphalt, it would be permeable asphalt, things like that. So, and for the resilient, and for the hometown revitalization, that one is to stimulate economic development and to boost our economy for those businesses, the small businesses in particular that were affected by those storms that could not get back to their businesses and they could not function after Hurricane Ida, particularly for us. They're asking us to look at how we can better service that small niche community and be able to provide them with some type of stormwater storage or some type of energy efficiency where they will be able to be back online a whole lot faster than what we were able to do with Entergy for 5 to 10 days.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I would appreciate you guys working with my office, both also with the Office of Resiliency. We are working on the stormwater plan, as you saw, and there might be some opportunities. We're revising significantly the stormwater requirements for new construction, that we could talk about permeable concrete and other alternatives, so that there's kind of a menu of ways you can meet the resiliency requirements that we're putting forth. It would be helpful. So, but thank y'all for the information. That does clear up what I was looking for.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. I had comment cards from Ms. McKnight, but I don't see her in the audience anymore. So we don't have any online, Ms. Curran? No. All right, I'll move for approval on item number 40, seconded by Councilmember Green. 6 yeas, no nays.
At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number 34,350 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended, entitled ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate funds to the Office of Community Development for the Hometown Revitalization and Resilient Communities Program and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. The fiscal note was received.
Thank you. This is a companion ordinance, so I'll move for approval. Second by Councilmember King. Six yeas, no nays.
We're now on top of page 56. We have ordinance calendar number 34,355 by council members Jeruso, Harris, King, Moreno, and King. Harris, King, Moreno, and Morel. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended, entitled an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to transfer and appropriate from the Department of Law to miscellaneous program to effectively restrict budgeted appropriations to allow for a council review prior to expenditure of funds and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm not going to belabor the issue here. Yeah. We're just waiting for the machine to pop up. And I think I'll do what Councilmember Morel did, which is go last. So
Yes.
Councilmember Morel, you'd like to go?
Absolutely. So just for clarification, because I know I did get some calls and some emails regarding this particular measure. The goal is not to essentially defund the law department. Those individuals who work in law, who do tremendous work, and we appreciate the work they're doing. on its face, the first thing we're going to do is make sure that all of the salaries, all the benefits and the like for those city employees is paid. What the council has tremendous concerns about is the tremendous amount of outsourced legal work. We pay for a tremendous amount of lawyers who are not direct city employees, who are third-party contractors, and there has been a tremendous disconnect between the council and outside council on getting information and for having clear lines of communication. It has gotten so bad that we actually had to pass an ordinance requiring that they disclose to us the motions and filings they're doing before they're filed, because though the council, legally speaking, under the charter is part of the city in a said filing, we have been told repeatedly by outside counsel that their only client is the administration and not the council. That is dangerous because any judgment levied against the city has to be paid by the council. After numerous attempts and conversations with the law department to try and figure out a way together to move forward, not just in our relationship with outside counsel, but also on the sheer amount of frivolous lawsuits the city often files. The greatest example being the fight that apparently is now being kicked off between the city of New Orleans and Emperors over the police retirement system, which we're going to lose. These frivolous lawsuits, when you pay outside law firms to do the frivolous lawsuits, you're basically dumping money into a hole. If it is certainly within the mayor's right to decide she wants to pursue litigation, but we have attorneys in-house who are paid salaries who can do that. And the council, as we are in charge of the purse, it is now necessary for us to pull tight those strings and say, if you need monies that are not for the salaries, not for the benefits of our employees, we need to have a conversation about that first, because we do not have infinite money in the city of New Orleans, contrary to popular belief. Those are my comments, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Burnside, you wanted to make a comment? And then unless anybody has a comment, I'll close out. Okay. All right. Burnside.
And I would like to echo a comment made a good hour ago. It's been very pleasant. You really have given an excess amount of time to some of us that really needed it. And we really, I think, benefited the process from that excess time. We didn't waste it. So thank you for giving it to us. As far as the law department goes, I'm in dangerous territory because most things are confidential. I don't know anything confidential, and therefore it's really hard for me to make an assessment of reality because I don't know what reality is. You know, I've never worked in the law department. I've never taken a law degree. For what it's worth these days, my brother was a lawyer. So I have plenty of really bad lawyer jokes if you want me to share some of those with you. But from outside the law department, from outside the city employment, from outside looking in, I see a lot of problems having to do with contracts and the writing of contracts, and therefore the enforceability of contracts, and not just for Roadwork NOLA either. You know, I have a friend who's got a wife who works out at the University of New Orleans. It seems that whoever's writing our contracts doesn't seem to, this is a really bad word to use, plagiarize other good contracts. It's like, you know, copy and paste, copy and paste, copy and paste, right? Now, that's not the totality of the contract, but that's like, now I'm going to guess, 75% of the contract or whatever, right? We seem to be missing some things, and I'm not a contract writer, but when's the last time we went to court, enforced a contract, and had somebody actually pay us instead of we pay them? You know, talk about things not highlighted in our discussion of the city. When's the last time our law department won big for the citizens of this city and recouped or set up a contractual agreement that benefits us? You know, we hear about this list of settlements and judgments, but we don't hear about what we get. We only hear about what we got to give. So it would be nice to have a slightly more balanced view of the law department without having a bunch of insider information or a bunch of details, just sort of an overall picture of like, do we got fighters on our side, you know?
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Ms. Ford, and will you just mind filling out a card for me when you're done?
I am, well, I kind of lost my train of thought here for a second, y'all, but, in order to amend to an operating budget of the law department. The law department. And I keep feeling like, because I'm always watching these meetings from afar, but the law department has nothing to lose from filing frivolous lawsuits. They have nothing to lose. The city has nothing to lose from filing frivolous lawsuits or having to pay for frivolous lawsuits. It's the community that has something to lose here because it's our tax dollars. So you all are our front line. So you have to be able to monitor and proceed with discretion and oversight. You know what I'm saying? Because you all we got. So you have to do that. And I appreciate you really looking into that because I see lawsuits. And look, I have had, what really got me was when a person in the law department told me, well, then go file a lawsuit. And I'm like, dude, what? And guess what? You know, I had him on Facebook Live so the whole city could hear him saying that because the law department operates in a way that's intimidating and threatening to continue to advise the citizens to file a lawsuit, which is the same thing that happened to me with the New Orleans Redevelopment Authority, where they could tell me, go get a lawyer. Guess what? We can't afford it. We can't afford it. So they just sitting up there playing with it, hiring all these outside attorneys. Come on now, yeah. This is long overdue. It should have been done. That's why we voted that old council out and got y'all in here. Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Ms. Ford. Unless anybody else has anything to say, this is how I want to start. The council is part of the client. Under the city charter, the mayor and the council comprise the forms of government to run the city. The law department, moreover, specifically represents both the mayor and the council.
That's right.
And so therefore, either when the city is the plaintiff in the lawsuit or the defendant, both the mayor and the council are representatives. We have repeatedly, publicly and privately asked for the council to be treated as part of the council group. Ms. Ford, you made one of the points I was getting ready to make, which is when money is spent without our knowledge, and then we have to make up for it, then it hurts our ability to fund things like affordable housing, blight, infrastructure, economic development, the community needs that you talk about. Yes, homelessness, unhoused population. So recent events have brought us to this point. And to Councilmember Morell's point, remember, basically the budgets are split into two. There's personnel for the staff who works inside, and there's the operating. This will not touch a penny of the personnel. So any lawyer, paralegal, secretary, staff person, nothing of theirs is touched. It's just the operating money that the law department has. So I've moved for approval, seconded by Councilmember Harris. Members, please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays, passes unanimously. Thank you all.
We're now on top of page 58. Motion line over M22, not 516 has been deferred to September the 7th. Resolution line over R23-354 has been withdrawn. On top of page 59, we have resolution R23-376 by Councilmember Moreno. This has been deferred to September the 7th and referred to the Community Development Committee. We have resolution R23-377 by Councilmember Green, a resolution calling the election in the Lake Terrace Crime Prevention District for Saturday, November 18th, 2023.
It's pretty straightforward. It's a resolution relative to the vote taking place on November the 18th to determine the Lake Terrace Crime Prevention District status. I move in favor of adoption of the resolution. I have a second, seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. Are there any questions on any online comments? Members, please vote your machines. Five yeas, no nays. Resolution number R 23-377 has been approved. I encourage people to recognize that day as an important voting date, Saturday, November the 18th, runoff election.
We are on page 60. Motion M 23-385 has been deferred to September the 7th and referred to the Quality of Life Committee. We have motion M 23-386 has been deferred to September the 7th and referred to the Governmental Affairs Committee.
Madam Clerk, I may have a matter under suspension. We're double checking right
I have
now.
two-
I feel like there might be one other one too.
I have two.
Two matters under
Yeah.
suspension, but I might have one as well.
Yeah, well, no, I don't have nothing for you. All I have is Morale and Harris. That's all I got. Council members, we have motion M 23-394 by Councilmember Morale, that the city council desires to merge Ward 4, Precinct 5 with Ward 4, Precinct 6, and Ward 12, Precinct 8 with Ward 12, Precinct 7, to consolidate Ward 9, Precinct 29 with Ward 9, Precinct 28C, because they share the same polling place, and to maintain the exempt and consolidation of Ward 9, Precinct 45A with Ward 9, Precinct 45. We need to suspend the rules to receive this motion.
You could have done it.
Second.
Right.
Please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays.
Now we need to,
Then the rules to add to the agenda.
yes, sir.
I will move. Councilman Green seconds.
I guess move.
Move it.
Machine. We're moving faster than the machine.
I'm like a. Okay, that's okay. All right. Thank you. Briefly, before we take up this measure, this is very straightforward. We were in communication with the registrar of voters due to population change and shifts. We are required through the Secretary of State precinct survey forms to adjust our precinct allocations. This is simply doing so, and everyone will be properly noticed. In most instances, the consolidations are in the same general area where the usual precinct is, but there will be a canvas to make sure people are made aware of the changing of their locations. I will move adoption. Seconded by Councilmember Moreno. Please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays. It is adopted.
We have resolution R 23-395 by Councilmember Harris. A resolution calling the election in the Boulonnais Improvement District for Saturday, November the 18th, 2023. We need to suspend the rules to receive this resolution.
I'll move. Seconded by Council Vice President Moreno.
My machine first of all.
6 yeas.
Now we need to add it to the agenda.
I'll move. Seconded by Council Vice President. All right. Council members, this corrects a motion that we passed last council meeting. It's public notice for proposed ad valorem tax that's required by the states, that a portion of the monies collected related to the Boulonnais Improvement District be noticed in accordance with the law. So I will move. Seconded properly. 6 yeas. Thank you.
Councilmember Jerusalem? You don't have, okay. Council members, we need to suspend the rules to go to ordinances on first reading.
Hey,
That's right. Councilman Green.
very exciting.
Motions. Seconded by Councilman Harris. Please vote your machines. Yeah, my machine is 6 yeas, no nays.
Ordinances on first reading.
Anyone ever voted against going to ordinance?
Ordinance calendar number 34,359 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans, the city, and the Lakefront Management Authority, the authority, for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of emergency medical and fire services at the New Orleans Lakefront Airport in the city of New Orleans is more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached here to as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,360 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit the extension of a restaurant's hours of operations in an MU1 medium intensity mixed use district and in a CPC character preservation corridor design district on square 210 part lot 6 or lot 12 in the first municipal district bounded by Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, Terpsichore Court Street, St. Charles Avenue, Robert C. Blake Senior Drive. The municipal address is 1513 St. Charles Avenue, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,361 by council members Jeruso, Green, Harris, Morrell, Thomas, Moreno, and King. An ordinance to amend section 2-812 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to require ordinances which amend or repeal sections of the code to show using underlines and strike throughs how the amendment alters the text of the code and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,362 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance to approve and authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans, city, acting by and through the New Orleans Aviation Board, NOAB, to enter into lease amendments to the terminal lease and equipment management agreement, the agreement with the New Orleans Airline Consortium LLC, NOACO, operating at the Louis Armstrong New Orleans International Airport, the airport, under circumstances in which a solicitation and selection process is not required by law and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,363 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a standard restaurant over 5,000 square feet in an HUMU historic urban neighborhood mixed use district on square 581, lots A and B in the 6th municipal district bounded by Ferret Street, Upper Line Street, LaSalle Street, and Valley Street. The municipal address is 4730 Ferret Street and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,364 by Councilmember Thomas by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a successive cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans, the city, and the New Orleans Police and Justice Foundation Incorporation, NOPJF, extending the term of the prior corporate endeavor agreement K22-820 to a term greater than 1 year for the valuable public purpose of enhancing public safety and employment opportunities for the city's citizens through the continued recruitment of qualified police officers for the New Orleans Police Department, the NOPD, through a recruitment campaign is more fully detailed in a cooperative endeavor agreement CEA form attached here to as Exhibit A and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,365 by Councilmember Morrell. An ordinance to establish Division 6, Article 6 of Chapter 2 of the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to the Law Department in Section 2-671 regarding legal representation of the city when there is a possible conflict of interest due to adverse representation and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,366 by Councilmember Thomas. An ordinance to affect a zoning change from an OSN neighborhood open space district to a SRS suburban single-family residential district on lot X 1A Versailles Gardens Area 4 East and the 3rd municipal district bounded by Dwyer and LC Forshade Boulevards, Willowbrook Drive, and Six Flags Parkway. The municipal addresses are 14051 through 14071 Dwyer Boulevard and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Ordinance calendar number 34,367 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance to approve and authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans City acting by and through the New Orleans Aviation Board, NOAB, to enter into lease amendments to the airline airport use and lease agreements with the signatory airlines operating at the Louis Armstrong New Orleans International Airport, the airport, under circumstances in which a solicitation and selection process is not required by law, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,368 by council members Jeruso, Green, Moreno, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain ordinance number 29,272 MCS entitled, an ordinance providing a capital budget for the year 2023 to affect the following change to the 2023 capital budget. And D, appropriate funds from the Chief Administrative Office, the Department of Parks and Parkways, the Department of Property Management, the Department of Public Works, the Municipal Yacht Harbor, and the New Orleans Museum of Arts to appropriate funds to the Chief Administrative Office, the Department of Parks and Parkways, the Department of Property Management, the Department of Public Works, the Department of Health, the Municipal Yacht Harbor, the New Orleans Fire Department, the Mosquito, Termite, and Rodent Control Board, and the New Orleans Police Department and the New Orleans Recreation Development Commission, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,369 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans, the city, and the French Market Corporation, FMC, for the design and construction of improvements to the French Market, Flea, and Farmers Market restrooms, and where the specifics of those improvements are more fully set forth in the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached hereto as Exhibit A, and made a part hereof, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,370 by council members Morel, Jeruso, Moreno, and King. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended, entitled an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to transfer in appropriation form workforce investment and miscellaneous programs to effectively restrict budgeted appropriations to allow for council review prior to expenditure of funds, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,371 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate funds to Orleans Parish Juvenile Court for 3 contract positions, which are needed to enhance the court's ability to meet its goals and mission, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,372 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate funds to Orleans Parish Juvenile Court for 3 contract positions, which are needed to enhance the court's ability to meet its goals and missions, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,373 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate funds to the clerk of criminal district court for the 2021 and 2022 audit fees to LeBlanc and Associates CPA LLC, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,374 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate funds to the clerk of criminal district court for the 2021 and 2022 audit fees to LeBlanc and Associates CPA LLC, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,375 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate grant funds to the Department of Mosquito, Termite, and Rodent Control to coordinate training and evaluation of pest management, vector control districts, and other related fields to attain an integrated workforce to mitigate community vector-borne disease in the Gulf Coast region and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,376 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCF as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate grant funds to the Department of Mosquito, Termite, and Rodent Control to coordinate training and evaluation of pest management, vector control districts, and other related fields to attain an integrated workforce to mitigate community vector-borne disease risk in the Gulf Coast region and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,377 by Councilmember Thomas by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans, the city, and the Center for the Innovative Training of Youth, CITY Incorporated, doing business as STEM NOLA for 3 years, for the public purpose of expanding programming for the purpose of exposing, inspiring, and engaging members of the community into the world of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM, as more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement from attached thereto as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,378 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a second amendment to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement, CEA, between the city of New Orleans, the city, and the Ernest M. Morial New Orleans Exhibition Hall Authority, Convention Center or Authority, the parties, relative to the public purpose of enhancing the convention center area in order to attract tourists to the city, promote community and economic development, and create new opportunities and amenities for residents to modify the provisions thereof, as more fully set forth in the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached hereto as Exhibit 1, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,379 by council members Moreno, Jeruso, and Morel. An ordinance to amend section 2-551 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to require the Department of Finance to create and present a monthly accounting report of vendors' due payment by the City of Orleans and the status of said payments, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. This concludes the ordinances on first readings.
Motion to adjourn. There, second,
Thank you, sir.
probably has been moved and seconded. We need 5 members to adjourn. 5 members to adjourn.
Yeah.
At least one other person. All right. Do you wish to adjourn? Okay. 5 yeas, no nay. Well, still up there, it's only 4, but Harris. Leslie Harris. She's up. She's there. Okay. 5 yeas, no nays. Meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Councilman.